Do you hear about that object that's hurtling towards Earth at like 130,000 miles an hour?
No, that might solve all our problems.
Some intergalactic object that's hurt. There's this guy Avi Loeb. He's a professor at Harvard that believes it might be an alien probe.
Wow.
And he was talking about the odds of this thing being in the trajectory that it is, entering into our solar system in a direct path with Earth. The odds are extremely low. And at the place where it's doing it, it's when the Earth is the opposite side of the sun, so it's coming from behind the sun. And it's so it makes it difficult to detect. And that this object is in a direct line to come to Earth in 2027.
Do they have a trajectory of where it's going to land?
I don't think they totally know that yet. I think they're trying to calculate whether or not it's actually going to hit Earth or come near Earth or pass by Earth or what it is. Like
why do they think it's an alien satellite or whatever?
Well, there's this guy Avi Loeb, this professor that I'm discussing. He also had an analysis of another object that passed by Earth a few years back that they named, and they said that this thing had a very bizarre metallic sort of a look to it that he did not think, based on the shape of it and the way it was traveling, that it was natural. So he thought that that could have been some sort of an alien craft as well. I don't know. It's too fun. It's too fun.
But as it gets closer, we could probably decipher.
Scientists give chilling update on mysterious interstellar object racing through our solar system as they warn it's even bigger than we thought. Provide a chilling update on a mysterious interstellar object that's racing through our solar system. Using data from the Vera C. Rubin Observatory, experts have revealed just how big the object dubbed 31 Atlas really is. According to their analysis, the object measures roughly 7 miles in diameter. Holy fuck. How big is New York City? Bigger than Mount Everest, making it the largest interstellar object ever spotted. Professor Avi Loeb, theoretical physicist and cosmologist from Harvard University, suggested the object could be an alien spacecraft. However, not everyone is convinced. Chris Lintott, an astronomer at the University of Oxford, told Live Science any suggestion that it's artificial is nonsense on stilts. He added that these claims are an insult to the exciting work going on to understand this object. But Harvard's legit, and Avi Loeb is a legit astronomer.
Right. I mean, let's not rule anything out.
Yeah.
As it gets closer.
There's something about it, about the way it's traveling, that it's bizarre. But it doesn't have a trail like a comet does.
Right.
Scroll up a little so I can see that. The images of the comet were actually snapped by the Vera C. Rubin before it was officially discovered. However, since it was identified on July 1st, just a little bit ago, scientists have scoured back through data to find out more about the mysterious object. New study published on RXIV, whatever that is. More than 200 researchers have confirmed the likely size of the comet's main body, known as its nucleus. Their analysis suggests the nucleus has a radius of around 3.5 miles. That translates to a diameter or width of about 7 miles. To put that in perspective, bigger than Mount Everest, twice the size of Mount Kilimanjaro. Fuck.
Wow.
Yeah, so the, how do you say it? Oumuamua, discovered in 2017. He came on and talked to us about that. Was believed to be around 0.2 miles wide. And comet Borisov, discovered in 2019, was roughly 0.61 kilometer wide. So this thing is fucking huge. Yeah. So, previously speaking to Mail Online, Professor Loeb pointed out that its impressive speed of 130,000 miles per hour as an indication that it might be controlled by aliens. He said it's difficult to imagine a natural process that would favor a plunge towards the inner solar system at 60 kilometers per second, he said. An alternative is that the object targets the inner solar system by some technological design. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, hopefully they come in peace.
Well, that might be the end of the Earth. Maybe that's like they realize like that's when AI starts to take over and they think it's chaos. So like it's just that's when it's gonna happen. So launch a 7-mile wide thing into the earth and just start all over again like the dinosaurs.
Well, that you're saying it hits and then our AI fights it?
No,
Or they...
it wipes out. The AI
Oh.
takes over, and it's like, this isn't going to work, so it wipes it out. Just like when the dinosaurs were here,
Right.
the dinosaurs were too powerful, and they're like, yeah, let's just fucking start from scratch. Maybe that's how they like reset the game.
Huh. And then, so humanity is wiped out?
Everything's wiped out. Yeah, we start
We're,
fresh with new organisms. And then they come along and do genetic engineering, just like they did with us and monkeys, and create a new version of humans. But this time it's a little less territorial, a little more inquisitive, a little more interested in innovation, a little less interested in dominating and controlling
Right.
resources. Because that's
Huh.
what fucked us. Territorial apes get high technology and use territorial behavior to defend and acquire resources, and that creates war. Did you see that fucking dude? There's a dude who, this is a crazy story. Mr. Ballin and Tom Segura was on Mr. Ballin, and Mr. Ballin explained this thing that happened. I forget what year it was. Okay, so this Mexican pilot was flying, and in the middle of his flying, he got confused, he didn't know what the fuck happened, he fell asleep, and he woke up and he was over the ocean. And he's like, how did I get over the ocean? This doesn't even make any sense. And the amount of gas that was missing from his plane didn't make any sense that he was able to get this far. And what they're saying, and there's a recording of this, is that this guy went into a trance and was channeling some alien intelligence that was explaining through this guy's voice that the human race is the only intelligent race in the universe that still uses war and still kills people and engages in large-scale conflict and has nuclear weapons, and that they have to stop doing this or that someone's going to step in. It's a crazy story. Play the story.
Someone's going to step in?
Could we play it? Some of it?
I don't know.
Just to give credit to Mr. Ballin?
Well, now I have to find that video.
Well, everybody should just go to it. If you just tell me how to go to it, I'll just
think it was
drive
on
people to see it.
His Instagram account with Tom, but he's got a really good YouTube channel too, where he
Yeah.
goes into all sorts of wild stories like this.
Yeah, but this was a great one. And then there's an actual audio recording of this guy saying this. Here, I'll send you the audio recording, Jamie. If you can't find it real quick, I sent it to Tom. After I saw Tom on the show, I was like, I go, that's fucking crazy, man. And he's like, dude, wild. And then I sent him this. I said, did you know there's an actual recording that you can listen to of the guy saying this? So if you go like halfway into it, you got it? Oh, you got it. Okay. So a certain distance into it, you hear the guy talking in this very bizarre monotone Spanish. Was there a UFO? Like, why did they show that UFO, that fake
Someone's
UFO?
making a video to watch to keep you interested on YouTube.
Oh, keep me interested. I'll be interested anyway.
Here it is. Yeah.
Yeah, let me hear it. He is speaking, but he does not know. The equipment is too primitive. This is the only way to convey. Lower that a little. A microphone. The equipment is too primitive. This is the only way to convey their message. After almost an hour, the beings would release the young aviator pilot from his hypnotic state and return control of the plane so that he could receive instructions. And at the same time, he managed to land at the Acapulco airport. Interesting. You know, that's the thing. Like, if there was a unique event where something happened and an alien race did interact with human beings and then never again, no one would believe you, even if it was real. If it was that's the problem with like unique events. We base reality on what we experience and what everybody else experiences on a day-to-day basis.
Right.
What we have evidence of. But if something happened that was completely unique like that, where they said, like, this is the only way we can communicate. Their equipment is too primitive.
Right.
We'll just take over this guy's mind and have
Right.
him say it. Like, who was ever going to believe that?
I guess that's the quote translated.
Okay, the alien message that spoke through Rafael Pacheco Perez to the air traffic controller. It says, he speaks because he is ordered to. That is, it is his voice he speaks, but not of his own free will. We use it as a microphone. No matter who we are or where we come from, it is enough for you to know that we are beings of this universe where you belong. Our planet is many light years away, but we are physically equal. I repeat that all races in the universe are physically equal. You are not alone in the universe, and there are other races that are far away from you, and we are watching you. But he said more than that.
No, for sure.
What is the full extent of his quote? Because he said something about you're the only race that still engages in warfare. I want to believe it. I want to believe it so bad.
No, I don't. I definitely think there's other life forms out there.
I do
And
too,
they're
but I
more
don't know what
advanced.
really happened.
Yeah.
I really wish I knew. I mean, I really
But
wish
this guy
I knew.
did fall asleep while he was flying a plane, so can we really trust him?
Right, and he did wake up over the ocean. But if he did wake up over the ocean, it doesn't make sense that he got over the ocean. If that's true,
Right.
explain that. Like, how did he get there?
Yeah.
What'd you do? Did you take over the plane, move it with your spaceship? Or why'd you put him over the ocean? So if he crashed, he wouldn't kill anybody?
Right.
Why'd you do that? Like, what is all this?
And what's the thing with the gas being gone?
Right, because I guess they like picked it up and took it.
Huh.
I don't know. We are watching you. What else does it say? Definite surprise. Issued a certificate stating he was in perfect health and had not consumed any drugs. It ruined his career, and he never piloted a plane again. Wow.
This is his first solo flight too.
Whoa.
Oh.
Imagine your first solo flight. You're like, I am going to pull a fucking gag on these motherfuckers. I got an idea. I got some extra gas.
That was 1976.
Yeah.
Wow. No, I don't know if I believe that account, but I do believe that there's other life forms out there.
My problem is
You
I
know.
want to believe that account. That's always the problem with all these things. I want to believe. I want to believe so bad that I don't think about them rationally sometimes.
Yeah, I mean these stories are all. It's like whether you trust the source or not. But
What would
the
you
universe
do,
is
though?
the universe is too big for us to be the only ones here.
Oh, for sure.
And I don't care that Mars doesn't have any water. Maybe they don't need water.
Well, they think Mars used to have a full atmosphere. And do you know that there's structures on Mars that they've observed even recently that look like perfect squares that are huge?
Huh.
There's this one that I showed to Elon. I go, what is that? Tell me what do you think that is? Like, well, we should probably go there and look around. Like, yeah, we should probably go there and look around.
He's
Like,
the guy to do it.
But what is, like, he didn't want to say what he
Right.
thought it was, but I'm looking at him like, do you think this could have been at one point in time a structure? Because it has perfect right angles and it's a square and it's huge.
Right.
They said it's at least hundreds of meters across, but it might be miles across. It's rough estimates, but they know
Yeah.
it's large. Have you seen it? Jamie will show it to you. But it's like a literal square. There's a bunch of shit that's
Mhm.
weird there. That's like
Right.
the face on Mars, but I'm not totally convinced about that. But that one's nuts. Like, that's kind of crazy. Didn't that look kind of crazy?
It's on the right.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That looks like a fucking square.
Oh
mean-
yeah, that looks like a foundation.
I mean, tell me what the fuck
Yeah.
that is. What is that?
Right.
That does not look normal. Those angles don't look normal at all. That lower left-hand corner, like, what is that? And then the fact that it's roughly a square. I mean, I don't know if it's a square or a rectangle. It seems like it's a little taller than it is wide.
Right.
But whatever it is, it looks like a fucking structure, man. It's weird.
Well, just because we can't exist there doesn't mean other life forms can't exist there. Who
Or other
knows?
life
Yeah.
forms used to exist there.
Right.
Like, imagine if there was, like, if there's life on Earth right now, today, and if Mars at one point in time had a sustainable atmosphere, like millions and millions of years
Mhm.
ago, what if there was life on Mars? What if we are the offspring of the life on Mars? What if those fucking guys just realized, like, hey, this place is falling apart. Let's shoot over to Earth
Oh, that's
and
something.
reestablish.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be why we're so different than every other primate that's here.
I never thought about it like that. That might be true. I just think it's so vast and we know so little about everything. It's possible. That's just I kind of like broaden it that way, where it's like it's all possible. The universe is infinite, and we know very little about it.
Yeah, it's totally possible.
Yeah.
It's just not likely. I mean, it seems because you haven't seen anything. Like, it's not likely.
But we're trying to use our logical brains to
Mhm.
figure out. It's
Yeah.
like, could this be possible?
If you enjoyed today's episode on JRE Plus, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and share your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you.
That documentary on Jonathan Weygandt, I'd heard of him, but I had never heard any of the backstory that you described.
Oh, it's
and
interesting.
what was going on in, what was it, Peru that happened?
Yeah, 1997, Operation Laser Strike.
Operation Laser Strike. Never heard of it.
So this was a classified U.S. Southcom, U.S. Southern Command operation to track narco traffic, drug traffic in Peru, Colombia, Bolivia, all sorts of South American countries. And the MACG, the Marine Air Control Group 28, was sent down alongside some elements of the Air Force and a pretty large joint program, including the CIA, to set up TPS-43 and other radar systems to track some of these narco planes. And so Jonathan Weygandt, there's still debate on whether his station was in Pucallpa, Peru, which is kind of central Peru, Iquitos, Peru, which is northern Peru, because he wasn't privy to where he was taken for this radar detachment to track the narco traffic. I personally think this is northern Peru because he just gave a lot of details about the flight time down to Peru, details about time spent on planes. So one morning, late March, early April, he is doing nighttime guard duty. And a sergeant comes up to him, I think this is Sergeant Montalegre, and says, hey, there's been a crashed craft. We need to go out and see if it's friendly. Nothing about UFOs, just a craft crash. This could be a plane. So Weygandt, Sergeant Allen, Sergeant Atkins, and about 7 other Marines all drive in a direction to go find this downed aircraft. By the time they reach the LZ, after a combination of driving and trekking, the Marines come across a ravine where about a 20-meter in length egg-shaped craft is just stuck in a granite cliff face. Probably granite. Weygandt doesn't fully know for sure what the material is, but wedged in there. There's fluid leaking out of the craft. There's what looks to be 3 hatches, one of them open with possibly a non-human arm hanging out of the craft. And this liquid is like clear, but it's viscous like syrup. And the craft itself looks somewhat metallic, but it's changing colors like purple and green. The best I can describe that is the mother of pearl effect, similar to oil on water. So Weygandt gets pretty close to the craft. It's way above him, but he gets pretty close under it. He gets the fluid all over himself, and it's to this day like removed hair from his legs. It discolored his camis or his battle dress uniform. And so after about 10 to 15 minutes at the site, and some interesting details about the craft is there was a light going around its circumference that seemed to power down. Almost seemed like the craft shut off, including a sound like a guitar amp that eventually died down. Weygandt eventually kind of came to, hearing Sergeants Allen and Atkins yelling at him to, hey, step away from the craft. And during this time, he felt like, I know you and Jesse talked about Jake Barber and some of the psionics and stuff.
Right.
He felt like there was something in the craft reaching out to him, trying to communicate with him, trying to tell him that it was okay, don't worry, help us, but it's all going to be okay, which is really bizarre, really strange. And to this day, he has seen like these creatures, what he calls them, in his dreams that were in the craft. He doesn't know how to explain how he felt like these things were contacting him, but it's really strange. But here's where,
when did he say this for the first time publicly?
The year 2000 on Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project archive. Wow. So he was part of the 2000 Disclosure Briefing Project, where Greer was doing some really good work getting whistleblowers together. And Weygandt's testimony was in there and has really stood out forever. He reached out to Greer because he was facing a lot of reprisals and he thought he was going to die. Wow. So there's some stuff he doesn't like talking about, and he didn't really talk about live with me, but stuff like being surveilled, having his money messed with, having, his cars tampered with, and he was just really afraid for his life, so he decided to speak out. But so,
How long ago did you talk to him?
I talked to him almost daily, but
You talk to him daily?
Yeah, he's one of my good friends. I love Jonathan. He's a stand-up guy. He's hilarious. He's great. So I talk to him all the time. But getting back to his story, so Sergeant Allen and Sergeant Atkins holler at him to move away from the craft. As soon as these Marines start heading up the ravine, and this is the most interesting part to me because, my channel's pretty focused around crash retrieval and reverse engineering. A couple of U.S. Army CH-47 helicopters fly over them. As these helicopters are getting to land at a nearby clearing, the Marines, including Weygandt, including Allen, including Atkins, are intercepted by a team of men in black camouflage. And stop me if this sounds familiar when you hear cases like Michael Herrera. A team of men in black camouflage that apprehend the Marines, strip them of their gear. Weygandt, being feisty, being like 23 years old, tries to swing at one of them, clocks him in the head. And these guys, at that point, make an example out of Weygandt, push his face in the ground, he gets more of the liquid on him, beat the crap out of him, And then out of the helicopters come a team of people ranging from rain jackets to large hazmat gear, mop gear, mission-oriented protection posture, marked and stamped with DOE, Department of Energy.
No shit.
And so a couple of these DOE guys in protective gear see Weygant, they strip him of his clothes. Weygant is handcuffed to a stretcher, his feet are gagged, and he is put on a CH-47 out of there. Doesn't know what happened to Atkin or Allens. But here's what's really interesting about the DOE. The Department of Energy has its own team. It's called the Nuclear Emergency Support Team. And this is basically a rapid reaction team that can be sent anywhere in the continental United States or around the world to react to nuclear or radiological signatures. And one of the governing bodies of NEST, the DOE NEST, Nuclear Emergency Support Team, is the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement. 1954, if this sounds familiar to you, are you familiar with the 2023 and 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, UAP disclosure amendment? I know I'm throwing
familiar
a lot
with
right
it, but I don't know a lot of the details.
Okay, so like a quick side note to that, the UAPDA, which is probably going to be pushed again in the upcoming Senate conference, I hope that gets pushed through, but the whole point of this amendment was to bring forth disclosure of UFO legacy programs hidden within the U.S. Department of Defense and intelligence communities that are housing, exploiting, or reverse engineering technologies of unknown origin, TUOs. And one of the governing bodies listed in this legislation that hides some of these materials is the 1954 Atomic Energy Act that considers UFO materials as trans-classified foreign nuclear materials. So inherently that means like anything that could be considered nuclear radiological is pretty much born restricted, born classified, and can be pigeonholed to avoid standard declassification processes. What's interesting about the DOE NEST is their founding authority was also the 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement. So you have legislation like the UAPDA talking about 54 being how the classification system for UFO materials is born, and then you have stories like Jonathan Weygant encountering DOE teams whose given authority is that same 54 agreement. So it's very interesting. Also, there's provable instances that DOE NEST was actually looking to operate in South America, Colombia, Bolivia, Peru at that time in 1997. There was a Russian probe that went errant. It was going to crash. U.S. Southcom thought this Russian probe was going to crash either in the Pacific or somewhere near Peru and Bolivia. So DOE was actively using Defense Support Program satellites to monitor the region later that year. So DOE NEST was already interested in South America.
Wow. And there was a lot of spooky shit going on in South America in the 90s. Like there was a lot of UFO crash incidents.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of I think that Jacques Vallée book was earlier in the 90s though. Jacques Vallée wrote a book about like some crazy massacre that happened in South America. Where like basically all these people were slaughtered. Have you heard of this?
It sounds somewhat familiar,
Yeah.
but not fully.
I think Jesse was the one who told me about it. But yeah, no, South America and Mexico, that period of time was like very active with this kind of stuff.
Well, because same year we have Varginha, Brazil.
Yeah,
James
yeah,
Fox's big case, right?
Yep.
And I guess he's doing a lot more work on that. He just talked to, I think it was Chris Ramsey or somebody, that he's got more information coming out about that. So
Ooh,
that'll be pretty
spicy.
darn interesting. In 1978 in Bolivia, there was a case of a almost like a tic-tac, like a cylindrical shaped object crashing into the mountains of Bolivia. A U.S. Air Force team called Moondust, Project Moondust, was dispatched to kind of investigate that region. And I'm trying to think what else. In Mexico, kind of like what you're talking about, in 1974 in Mexico, there's a pretty famous kind of underrepresented crash retrieval case called Coyame, Mexico, northern Mexico, of a crash saucer that a Mexican retrieval team went to go get, but there was some sort of toxic or biological hazard in the craft that killed the entire Mexican recovery team. And then, of course, the Americans and their CH-53 Chinooks swooped in and took the craft. However, there's, of course, an argument you can make that probably maybe our guys, the Americans, took them out. But there's a South America and Central America, a ton of crash retrieval stories.
Right.
And a lot of marine crash retrieval stories. You have Jonathan Weygant, you have like the testimony of Michael Herrera, and there are some other whistleblowers who aren't public who have talked about seeing such teams in the continental United States, these black teams, with craft. So it's really interesting. And then kind of rounding out the Weygant story, he was then on the 47 taken to an unknown base, into an underground section of a base where he was held for 2 days.
And why was he the only one that was taken out of there?
That's a great question. My guess is because he was contaminated with the liquid. Atkins and Allen did not get covered in the liquid. But the weird thing is, Weygandt didn't have any like medical tests, right? Because I've hypothesized he was taken to the NAMRU Navy Medical Research Unit 6 in Iquitos, Peru. But it's not like he was subjected to blood drawn, all that stuff. The one weird thing is he was forced to take an anthrax booster right after that, which Michael Herrera also had to take an anthrax booster after that.
An anthrax booster?
And another Marine also had to take
like
an
a vaccine.
anthrax booster in 97, which is weird that there's a lot of anthrax boosters right after crash retrieval encounters. But I think that's why he's separated. So he doesn't know what happened to Atkins or Allen at this point. But in
He still hasn't talking to them since?
no, he doesn't like them. They don't like him.
Oh, wow.
Part of what's a little weird about this case is one of those two, Atkins or Allen, I reached out to both. One of them got back to me, and I emailed them just cordially saying like, hey, I'd like to talk to you about your time in Laser Strike, specifically 1997 and possibly anomalous crashed aircraft. And I send emails out from my UAP Gerb email. It doesn't have my information,
Right.
none of that. So I email one of them, and they respond, hello, my full name. Which is, of course, like a bully intimidation tactic. And the guy just tried to call Jonathan crazy, tried to downplay him. But, you know, he did say my full name when I had never given out my information before to him. Nor since, nor on my channel.
Has Jonathan, did he tell you about like ever being like contacted by anyone from the government or intimidated and tried to like shut them up, people trying to shut him up?
Yeah, and that's part of the reason he went to Greer.
At True Classic, it's not just about fit and fabric. It's about helping everyday guys show up with purpose and confidence every single day. Their gear fits right, it feels amazing, and it's priced for the everyday person. What sets them apart is the message behind it all, from uplifting men in their daily lives to giving back to underserved communities. And it shows in their ads how they understand the average dude. I've been wearing True Classic for a while now, and it still impresses me every time I put on their clothes. Their clothes just fit so well, feel so comfortable, and look so good, I want to replace every single shirt in my closet with True Classic. Forget the overpriced designer nonsense and skip the generic cookie cutter potato sacks. True Classic delivers premium essentials built for real life. Whether you're out in the town or working up a sweat, level up your style with clothes that fit any scenario. Grab yours at Target or Costco, but for the best deals, head on over to trueclassic.com/Danny. That's TrueClassic.com/Danny to get hooked up today. It's linked down below. Now back to the show.
He said that
okay.
the FBI would show up at his house and show up at his grandma's house, like looking to talk to him. He never talked to him, but so he was pretty spooked. Sort of like the Men in Black, right? If you want to call them the Men in Black, telling people not to talk about their encounters.
Right. And these nest teams. So these nest teams are part of the Department of Energy, and it's basically like they bring in all of the like top tier special operators.
Not quite. And
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have specified that more. It's more of a science and technology team.
Okay.
They just deal with the science. They deal with setting up a site, neutralizing signatures, debriefing, containment, all that stuff. But the interesting thing about NEST is, of course, it is a DOE department, but it operates out of contractors. Contractors including Raytheon, Lawrence Livermore National Labs, Sandia National Labs, and EG&G. EG&G, of course, is the infamous company Bob Lazar said hired him to work at Area 51S4 to reverse engineer propulsion devices on the sports model.
Yeah. I know you cover it deeply in your video, but like after they extracted him out, does he or does anyone else have any idea what happened to that craft or what they could have done with it?
No. And that Jonathan and I talked about that. I mean, that thing was pretty large. And if it was stuck in granite, how the heck was that thing taken out, right? Like there were CH-47s on the ground. The team would have had to extract this thing from a granite cliff face almost.
And how does something get lodged in granite? You would think that like that would mean it's harder than granite.
Right.
If it went through the granite, what kind of material is harder than granite?
Some sort of meta material, maybe like a shield around it. Maybe that translucent mother of pearl effect was some sort of shield-like material. And why did it crash? I know you and Jesse talked a little bit about why UFOs crash. Jonathan hypothesizes that this was shot down from a Hawk MIM-23 or similar missile system. And I know, how our highly advanced non-human craft shot down, right?
Right.
It seems a little bit silly a ballistic missile could take down a spacecraft like that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe there's some truth to that. There's some other cases we can talk about shoot downs, as well as the Strategic Defense Initiative under Reagan, which there's a lot of really interesting ties that there were some backdoor programs for some space-based shoot down weapons of UFOs. But what Weygand thinks here is this was a Hawk MIM-23 airburst system that just exploded near the target, and some of the fragging just took it out.
Oh, like a shotgun blast.
Yeah,
missile coming
but that's
at
what
it.
he thinks, right? He doesn't have any sort of confirming evidence for that. It's just speculation on his part.
Yeah, and then when he claimed in 2000 that they were like telepathically communicating
Yeah.
with him. That's wild.
But what's interesting too, he talked about like a 3-4 fingered arm hanging out the craft.
Right,
all
yeah.
Greer edited that out of Weygand's interview.
Why
in
do you think that
2000.
is?
I have no idea, because Greer likes to speak about kind of love and light communication, and these beings were very friendly to Jonathan, asking for help, saying everything's going to be okay. So I don't know. In that same interview, Greer also cut out James Fox asking Jonathan questions. Now, why was that? I don't know. I don't know why Greer would cut it out, but
Maybe he didn't want to. Maybe he thought like the descriptions of fingers and like some weird alien arm hanging out would make it more unbelievable, and he wanted to kind of like leave the stuff in there that was more plausible.
yeah. But with the stories of crash retrieval, there's always the baggage of biologics, right? In so many cases with crash retrievals, there's stories of biologics, and I think that for a lot of people is a big stretch to kind of wrap their head around, because it's one thing to think that non-human spacecraft, maybe from another planet, maybe from a different existence, maybe future humans like Dr. Mike Masters likes to kind of hypothesize on, is crashing here. Whole nother subject to think that there are beings in here and what those could be, their possible morphologies and so forth.
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard the story of Annie Jacobson's description of Area 51.
Oh,
the
yeah.
guy she talked to from EG&G.
Mhm.
What do you make of that?
So George Knapp, I'm trying to think about that guy's name. It's slipping me right now.
She only released it like last year, I think, after she dropped her book. She kept it secret in the book,
Right.
but she released his name because I think he's dead now.
Yes. So I'm trying to think, and I'm trying to think what the name is, but this was a source of George Knapp's 10, 20 years before that. The guy who worked at EG&G at Area 51, head of special projects.
Okay.
This guy told George Knapp, and you can look at it in a weaponized interview with him and Jeremy Corbell. I'll send you the link,
I
because
remember seeing this.
he said that director of special programs at EG&G told George Knapp that there were beans and craft held at Area 51, and told Annie Jacobson something completely different.
Why would he do that? That's strange.
Isn't that intriguing?
Because Annie's description is it's so detailed, because she's with the family and him, and apparently he told his family this for the first time, and they were like really upset about it. Like, how do you make that? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think about that.
Especially because in that weaponized interview, George Knapp was a little bit hot under the collar, because he said like, "Hey, I'm trying to remember this guy's name."
Steve, maybe you could find it.
He says that this EG&G.
Annie, just type in Annie Jacobson EG&G source. Yeah, basically what this guy told Annie, and this was way after he talked to George Knapp,
Yeah.
obviously, or was it? Because
Yeah, it was like 10 years after.
It was 10 years after.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, what he told Annie is that it was a Russian drone that was flown here
By disfigured people, right?
by disfigured people, by Mengele, the Nazi guy, disfigured children, basically, to make them look like aliens, and they crashed. It crashed, whether on purpose or not. And he was like, well, why wouldn't you expose
Alfred
this?
O'Donnell. That's
Alfred
it. Alfred
O'Donnell.
O'Donnell.
So she asked him, she goes, well, that's f***ed up. Why would the U.S. government keep this secret? Because this makes the Soviets or Russia look terrible. And he said the reason they didn't expose it is because EG&G started doing the same exact thing with children.
See, that's interesting that's said, because
And she said his whole family was there,
Yeah.
listening to this. And they were like, what? Why did you keep this from us? That's just terrible.
that's also something that was parroted by Rick Doty, Air Force
He said the same thing?
OSI officer. Yeah, and Greer's, I think it was his 2017 documentary, Unacknowledged. That was the first time I ever heard of Roswell specifically being like disfigured people sent from Russia, which I don't know. It's interesting that Alfred O'Donnell on one hand told George Knapp that there are non-human beings and craft under Area 51, and told Annie Jacobson that this was a Russian experiment. Regardless of outside Annie Jacobson and George Knapp, there's plenty about Area 51 specifically, and of course EG&G, that's well worth investigation, and as well as that kind of dives into the subject of contractors with UFO technology, UFO materials, UFO bodies.
Mm.
It's a pretty deep rabbit hole that there's a lot to outside of just Albert O'Donnell, because that's so weird. He tells Knapp one thing and Jacobson another.
Yeah, it is weird, and it makes me wonder if what he told Annie was more closer to the truth, because he was older, a lot older, closer to his death, and his family was there, and he told his family, and they were visibly upset, according to Annie. Unless Annie's
Right.
making it up, which I doubt she is.
I doubt she is either. Annie seems pretty respectable. I know she disagrees a lot with some of the more UFO stuff, but doesn't she also? She also is a proprietor that Area 51 S4 is real, right?
Yes.
Like I think she's put forward a badge of somebody who worked at Site 4.
Oh, I don't know about that.
And of course, Site 4 is what Bob Lazar said he worked at the sports model for. S4 is really interesting. It's like the auxiliary site below Groom Lake. It's just south of Groom Lake, Area 51. And then you have Tonopah just northwest.
Yeah. Yeah, the S4 stuff is crazy, man. I don't know. I don't remember if she talked about S4 in the Area 51 book or not, but it's really interesting, some of the stuff that they were doing at Area 51 right after World War II. And, she explains how the money was stolen. I think it was Dulles stole a bunch of money from the Reconstruction in Europe fund to build Area 51. And they were doing all kinds of crazy CIA test flights and building the those Blackbirds, and the U-2 and all that stuff there. But I don't know. Do you think that Area 51 is still being utilized for this kind of stuff?
Probably, and I also think that there's probably underground facilities beneath Area 51. Specifically, maybe a facility built into the pre-existing boron mine there. And that could be considered a deep underground military base. So I made a video on, there was this whistleblower who went really quiet. He was a lieutenant colonel at Edwards Air Force Base out of the 412th Test Wing. The Edwards 412th Test Wing is what's called a Major Range Test Facility Base, an MRTFB. There's just over 20 in the continental United States. These include things like Dugway Proving Ground, the Utah Test and Training Range, Fort Huachuca, Edwards 412, China Lake, Pax River, and your favorite that you talked about with Dolan, AUTEC, the Atlantic Undersea Test and Evaluation Command.
Right.
These operate between Navy, Air Force, Army, and Defense Organization, right? So Edwards 412 is a MRTFB. And this individual, I call him Ed, just because I don't want to burn his real name. Ed claimed that he worked as an electronics warfare test director at Edwards Air Force Base at the 412th, testing reverse engineered vehicles, reverse engineered ARV, alien reproduction vehicles, whatever you want to call them. And that he was initially stationed at Nellis Air Force Base, where he operated under Nellis between Edwards at Area 51 and S4. And the thing is, I hope this guy goes public sometime, because I've tried to track him down with every avenue. I have his name, I have his number. I have called him, he's blocked me. I've emailed him, he's blocked me. I've texted him, he's blocked me. Heck, I've even added him on Snapchat. And funny enough, that's the one place where he's ever read my message and not blocked me. Snapchat. Wow. This is a grown man. And his official records do, of course, say he was at Area 51, that he was at Nellis Air Force Base, that he was at Edwards. And so this guy claims that he worked on serving as the test director on reverse engineered vehicles, kind of operating as the middleman between scientists and ARV pilots. And so I think that existing program, which he said existed between Area 51, S4, and Edwards, is likely still going on today. But of course, that's a topic that requires a lot of kind of, I guess, credibility in UFO crash retrievals to think about ARV, alien reproduction vehicles, and kind of reverse engineering vehicles. What do you think about that? I know you've talked to Jesse a little bit kind of on your stance about UFO. Where do you stand specifically on copycat vehicles, if so to speak?
I don't know. I have no idea. Like you're saying like, what do I think about us being able to recreate a UFO?
Yeah.
Like the Tic Tac type stuff?
Tic Tac, triangles, saucers.
I don't know. I think it's a mix of shit, probably, right? I think like the Tic Tac was likely something that we created, maybe some black aerospace or like Lockheed or something like that, some sort of like black technology that nobody knows about. Maybe that's part of the $21 trillion that's missing that Catherine was talking about. That created the Tic Tacs or something like that. I don't think it was like foreign military. I think it was probably us testing our own stuff on those jets that had just gotten their radar upgraded. Now, you know, what Dolan was explaining to me is that there's documented accounts of these underwater UFOs coming out of the ocean in like 1717, which is crazy. And since talking to him, it's, you know, it's apparent that there's just a mixed bag of shit here. Like, is it something that's been here for millions of years that lives under the water? It's probably also us. We've probably recreated shit that we found. You know, then additionally, what me and Jesse were talking about is like he was explaining how all this anti-gravity research went dark in the 50s and just went nowhere, and then string theory came about. So like that probably has something to do with it. The Townsend Brown stuff, you know, there's so many pieces to this puzzle. It's crazy.
Well, I know you and Dolan were talking about the subject of USO, and I know you guys brought up the underwater NRO.
Yeah.
But you didn't dive too much into it, so that's something I'd love to talk about because it's so intriguing.
Yeah,
and
it
also
really
involves two really interesting crash retrieval stories.
So how come I've never heard of the underwater? Is it classified or is it?
Oh yeah.
Hey guys, if you're not already subscribed, please hammer the subscribe button below and hit the like button on the video. Back to the show. So there's no website for the underwater NRO?
No,
because you would think they could make an excuse for it. They could say, oh yeah, we're just trying to monitor nuclear submarines, you know, adversary submarines.
So there is a Wikipedia page that's crap that calls it the hidden younger brother of the NRO. So in U.S. intelligence, you have the big five agencies: the CIA, NSA, DIA, NRO, and NGA. And then there's the hidden NURO, the National Underwater Reconnaissance Office, whose activities are seemingly more sensitive than even the NRO's. There are admirals in the Navy that I have spoken to who did not know that NURO was a thing.
Really?
And so I sent them a little bit of stuff on NURO, and they went, "Oh." So there's a couple books, such as the Intelligence Community by Jeffrey T. Richelson. Great book. I really recommend everybody read that. And some other sources that can really dive in to learn a bit more about NURO, as well as former Admiral, Director of Naval Intelligence, CIA Deputy Director, NSA Director, Bobby Ray Inman. Bobby Ray Inman, I think it was 2018, finally admitted in a speech at some university in 2018 that he directed NURO, but he still couldn't talk about it to this day, which is interesting. He said when he became Director of Naval Intelligence, he wore another hat that was NURO, but they still didn't want him to talk about it. And in another interview for a university, I think this was some California university, he said that he had gotten in trouble before for talking about NURO. So NURO was started in 1969, and it was started to kind of coordinate the Navy's and the CIA's reconnaissance activities, similar to how the NRO was started to coordinate the Air Force's and the CIA's activities, right? And so part of the founding programs for NURO were to kind of coordinate operations, keep track of, and commence missions with some of our sensitive nuclear submarines, kind of tap undersea cables. I think this was called the Ivy Bells program, and as well as just underwater reconnaissance, underwater monitoring. The NURO was supposed to exist between the Navy and CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology. Now, that Directorate of Science and Technology, we can talk a lot more about that because that it has some tremendous connections to UFO crash retrievals. But really early on, the CIA just kind of took command of NURO, and it wasn't until 1972, 3 years after its creation, that John Warner, Secretary of the Navy, was finally put as NURO's director. But then it changed hands back a little bit because in 74, Bobby Ray Inman became director of NURO, and of course he went on to be a CIA spook. So NURO's kind of claim to fame is using vessels like the USS Halibut, USS Seawolf, the USS Jimmy Carter, the NR-1, the United States' smallest nuclear submarine, and the Glomar Explorer. Have you heard of the Glomar Explorer?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so K-129 Soviet sub crashes near Hawaii, a little bit northwest. The CIA and NURO create the Glomar Explorer to go retrieve the vessel, and I think it embarks in 1972, right? And conventional wisdom, only a third of the K-129 is retrieved. Maybe more, probably more, and it might be buried up in the Pacific Northwest. But then the Glomar went on to be used by Lockheed Martin and its subsidiaries for 20 years for quote-unquote deep sea mining operations and such. So the really, really, really interesting kind of connections with NURO come with Chief Scientist of Special Projects for the Navy, John P. Craven. And so in 1964, John P. Craven was set to start the Deep Submergence Systems Project, the DSSP. And I'm sorry, there's a ton of acronyms. I'll try to spell them all out. That's something I get flack for a lot. And this was to drastically increase the Navy's deep ocean engineering capabilities. And so the DSSP gave Craven the task. We need you to be able to commence engineering and Navy operations at way bigger depths. So 1964, Craven starts the DSSP. In 1965, Craven receives a classified briefing of something called Project Sand Dollar. Sand Dollar is the earliest probably SAP within SAP within SAP we can kind of make sense of. It was a program that was hidden within a program, hidden within another program, hidden within the Polaris submarine missile program, which was oddly enough spearheaded by Admiral Rayborn, who went on to go work at SAIC, but we can talk about that later. But this program was highly classified and an itemized inventory of a collection of objects on the seafloor for national security importance, ranging from the Atlantic, just all around the world. And it wasn't just aircraft or nuclear stuff. So commencing after that briefing in 1965 on Sand Dollar, Craven, under the DSSP, the Deep System Submergence Projects, creates the DSRV, Deep Submergence Rescue Vehicle, and DSSV, Deep Submergence Search Vehicle. And these are supposed to be vehicles that kind of can satisfy the DSSP. So the DSRV, the Deep Submergence Rescue Vehicle, is supposed to be basically a submarine rescue vehicle. This was out of response to the loss of the USS Thresher. And this would be something that a submarine team can get in a small little submarine that can be transported anywhere around the world in 72 hours.
Wow.
It's that rapid reaction. It can be piggybacked on a vessel. Specifically, Craven says in The Silent War, his memoirs, the USS Halibut and the USS Seawolf, two Neuro vessels that he directly names to rescue any submarine crew anywhere in the world, la-di-la-di-da. And the DSSV, which is used for ocean surveying, ocean engineering, retrieval operations, and so forth. There were supposed to be 6 DSRV and 6 DSSV, the 2 submersible units built, but only 2 DSRVs were ever built, the Mystic and Avalon out of Lockheed Martin. So there were only 2 of those ever built. However, that brings me to a really interesting crash retrieval story. So the Art Bell Show, right?
Yes.
So in 2002, I think it was about summer of 2002, a caller came on air and said, "Hello, my name is Mark. I was a former Marine diver that went on to go work on a DSRV crew." And so this guy tells the story of in 1991 or 1992, I'm getting the dates a little bit wrong, there was a survey ship in the North Atlantic about 250 miles outside of Aberdeen, Scotland, that picked up radiological signatures on the seafloor, and that the DSRV was dispatched to go check this thing out. And so the group is steamed out to the North Atlantic. I think this is in the Rockall Trough in the North Atlantic, just northwest of Aberdeen, Scotland, because I looked at depths, and this guy said this was about 1.5 miles deep. Mark did. And so the team dives.
So where specifically would it be again?
The Rockall Trough.
The Rockall Trough.
Yes, Rockall.
Pull up a map of that if you can, Steve.
So the team dives in the DSRV, which could also be a DSSV, a Deep System Search Vehicle, one of the two, because Craven said that, John P. Craven, remember, Chief Scientist of Special Projects out of the Navy, that although there were never official missions for DSRV or DSSV because no submarines ever sunk after the Thresher, these were sent on numerous clandestine operations.
Wow.
If it might be a Google Earth search might be a little bit better.
Well, you had it, but then you lost it. There you go. Rockall.
Yeah.
Hit layers on the bottom left. Zoom in on that. Oh shit! Look at that.
Yeah. So this was about 1.5 miles.
What is a hopper clock, and how do they work? Today, on Redstone with Cybolt, we're taking a look. If you point 2 hoppers into each other like this, they'll pass items back and forth. However, if you use comparators on them to try to get a signal out of that, and get something alternating, they both output a signal, because there's always an item in either one as they get sent back and forth. Using a redstone block, we can lock one of them so all the items end up in one. And, with a single signal out of that, we we can use a piston and push this block over. However, once this runs out of item, the signal will go away, and it'll sort of just flicker back and forth. So we need another piston on this side to make sure that it gets pushed back and stays held in place. This way, we can have an alternating signal that's based on how many items are in the hoppers. More items, longer time. Less items, shorter time. What is a hopper clock, and how do they work? Today, on Redstone with Cybolt, we're taking a look. If you point two hoppers into each other like this, they'll pass items.
Hi, I'm Big Booty 17, and this is my simple ominous bottle farm. Pillager outposts occasionally generate captains that drop ominous bottles. By lowering light levels and AFKing above, only pillagers will spawn, and they're drawn to an iron golem just outside of their attack range, which causes them to fall into these pits where their drops are collected. In short, that's how this farm works. Now, Shulkercraft will show you how to build it step by step. And if you're interested in more designs and explanations, you can find me over on my channel, Big Booty 17.
What looks to be a triangle UFO with a pulsating core was reported over Ontario in Canada.
It's just hovering in place. What is that? Look at the lights all around it. It's just hovering in place. What is that? Look at the lights all around it.
Apparently recorded in 2009, this night vision footage shows what looks to be a triangle or V-shaped object flying through the night sky. Next is some remarkable footage captured by an unknown witness at an unknown location. It begins with the individual in his shed getting his camera ready, likely after noticing the object. What follows is, in my opinion, some of the closest detailed footage we've had of this craft. What looks like a triangular-shaped object, or objects flying in a triangular-shaped formation, was recorded on a doorbell camera flying over England. On March 13, 1997, thousands of people witnessed what was said to be a giant craft flying through the night sky of Arizona. Multiple reports described the craft as silent, slow-moving, and unlike anything seen before. Its enormous body apparently blotted out the stars behind it. Though the videos of the sighting were compelling, the low-quality cameras weren't able to pick up anything more than the lights on the object. The U.S. military would later claim the lights were simply flares dropped during a routine training exercise at the Barry Goldwater Range. But for many who saw the craft with their own eyes, the explanation never quite fit. A common argument made is that the flares came after the initial sighting, and that the real reason they were used was to run cover for what actually happened. Decades later, the Phoenix Lights remain one of the most well-documented, widely witnessed, and hotly debated UFO events in modern history. Lights in a triangular-shaped formation are recorded flying over Brooklyn, New York. Recorded from a doorbell camera, 3 lights float over Sunrise, Florida, as more or less an equilateral triangle before separating. What is assumed to be the same event by a different witness was also captured. Speeding the footage up, the synced and fluid motion between the objects becomes even more apparent. It almost looks like they are attached together in some way. They make almost a perfect rotation together as one. Whistleblower Matthew Brown may have leaked these images of a triangular craft he had access to during his time on the Immaculate Constellation project. The images are still unconfirmed and should be taken with a grain of salt. For those that are unfamiliar, the Immaculate Constellation is an alleged secret U.S. Department of Defense program focused on unidentified anomalous phenomena. The story gained traction this week when Matthew exposed a lot of information related to the project.
You've worked in secret programs. You've got clearances. You've made oaths that you would keep secrets. Shouldn't it be secret to some degree? I mean, we have, there's a race for the technology to try to understand it. We have adversary nations who'd love to get it ahead of us. Why not keep this secret?
This isn't just technology. This isn't something somebody came up with in a lab. Fundamentally, this comes from and is secondary to what we've been told is the biggest question, which is humanity alone? The answer is no.
A triangular-shaped object was recorded flying over Brazil. It's hard to tell from the footage, but it appears to be flying with a flat side at the front and the point at the rear, kind of like it's flying in reverse. August 2023, a triangle-shaped formation appears in the skies above Disneyland. The witness's testimony goes as follows. I took this video when I was at Disneyland last month. It popped up out of nowhere when the show at Small World started. It is interesting because during that show they have tons of lasers and lights that beam up into the sky. I know it's not that insane of a video. It's just 3 lights. But the recent triangle video reminded me of it. Though I don't think what we are seeing here looks anything like a light show. I thought the statement was worth adding. 2008, England. A couple capture a black triangle hovering in the skies over a road.
It's not even there.
Alan, don't lie.
I'm not trying to be.
You obviously got it in the wrong place.
No, it's not there. Is that it? It's that.
I think it maybe is on advertising. Got it on there?
It's that.
Have you got it on there?
Yeah.
Maybe it's like a satellite or
No.
Stabilizing the footage, we can see the object appear to rotate in place. A V-shaped craft flies silently over Los Angeles. A very short video here, only 3 seconds in total, but great footage. The witness testimony goes as follows. I was laying down on my back at night, messing with my camera exposure. I wanted to see if I could find the North Star in the nasty smog-lit sky of LA. I barely saw the stars as usual. Eventually, I got the star exposure just right. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw something zipping by super fast out of frame. Not exactly a triangle, but I thought it was close enough and far too interesting not to add. This footage is believed to show the Telos, a rumored government black project aircraft that officially doesn't exist. Virtually nothing concrete is known about it, so most of what you'll hear is pure speculation. According to claims, it is capable of vertical takeoff, can reportedly operate in outer space, and features a unique underbelly that mimics the night sky to help it blend in as camouflage. An aircraft that often gets mentioned when triangular UFOs are brought up is the B-2 stealth bomber. It probably does account for some of the UFO cases we hear about, and you can kind of see why. Whilst its shape is very distinctive, in certain situations, say maybe at night, and from a distance, it could quite easily look a little more mysterious. That said, it's not hard to separate B-2 sightings from genuinely unexplained cases. Despite its stealth design, the B-2 is still a noisy aircraft. It lacks lights on the underside, apart from a few dim ones used during landing, and it can't hover. All of these characteristics make it a poor match for any of the UFOs featured in this compilation. If you're enjoying the video so far, you may wish to check out the extended version, which includes nearly 50% more content, featuring additional sightings, longer versions of some of the encounters, more detailed real-life experiences, and a few more extras. There's a link in the description below if you're interested. Also, if you could take a moment to like and subscribe, it really helps support the channel and allows the video to reach a wider audience. Thanks. Now back to the video. One of the things we try to do on this channel is separate the legitimate sightings from the fakes. That's not to say we always get it right, but we do our best to feature only what we believe could be genuine. As technology advances and new methods of image manipulation emerge, fake content becomes more widespread and increasingly harder to spot. Take this sighting, for example. I'll let you watch it first before we break it down. See if you can notice the slipper.
Hey, listen, yo, check this out, yo. I see something in the sky, yo. I'm telling you. Yo, check this out. No BS, man. This is right here in the middle of the road. Like, I'm driving down the road and look. This is my car right here. No BS, yo. No BS. This thing is in the road, in the sky right there, in front of me. The car probably see it too. No BS, yo. That thing is in the sky. Look, look. Look, y'all. I wonder if the car see it. Is this thing turning? Listen, I'm telling y'all. I'm in my car now. I got on my blinking lights. I want to know if that car see it. Or that car probably don't know what's going on. This thing is right there. Am I tripping and I'm the only one seeing this thing? This thing is in the sky just sitting there turning. That's a pyramid. Listen, y'all can't see it like I can see it. It look like a pyramid. For real. Let me zoom in. That thing is, hold on, how could I zoom in? Let me see what
At first glance, it seems incredibly convincing. The man's seemingly authentic reaction, the rough, spontaneous footage, the appearance of the UFO, everything pointed toward it being real. But then, an eagle-eyed viewer noticed something odd around the 105 mark in the video. If you look closely as the object nears the top of the screen, you can see it clip out of frame. This glitch is a known issue of an app called UFO Camera, which allows users to overlay UFOs into live footage. This, mixed with people's thirst for TikTok views, led to the trend going pretty viral a couple of years back, with many less convincing iterations popping up all over the place. For those of us who are genuinely interested in real UFO footage, it can be pretty annoying, but it just means we have to be extra vigilant when looking at sightings and be aware of the ways hoaxers will try and fool us.
Ray! I got it on my phone. I got it on my phone. I got it on my phone. I got it on my phone.
She got it on the phone.
Oh my god, is that video?
Ray, zoom in. Like, use your fingers.
Oh, no way.
No way, Kayla!
Like, use your fingers.
Oh, no way.
No way, Kayla!
This next triangle is a reoccurring sighting that appears over the city of Shanghai whenever it is cloudy or foggy. But as exciting as it looks, all is not as it seems. What's actually happening is a shadow from the triangular-shaped building below is being cast up into the sky. The building has strong spotlights around its edges, and whenever the conditions are right, its outline can be seen in the mist, giving the illusion that something is ominously sitting up there. Ever so often, a passerby will notice it and post it online thinking they've caught something big. The channel Burbex actually made a great video on the whole thing. He went around the area it was sighted and even interviewed some of the locals in an attempt to get to the bottom of it. I recommend you go and check out his video if you'd like to see the full investigation, but essentially, they figured out what we just went over. One of the locals that is familiar with the occurrence explains it all and has some pictures on his phone of the building in question. Here's a close-up showing what happens on a cloudy night. Only one side's lighting is turned on, and that's why you don't see the full triangle. Here's the same phenomenon happening on some different buildings, and an example of it happening on the Statue of Liberty. The reason I'm sharing with you these sightings that have been proven to be fake is because I want you to see some of the cases I've investigated and ruled out, along with the evidence behind why I have determined this. I like to be as transparent as possible with my vetting process. I feel it's better to do this than just not include them at all and leave the viewer wondering why a certain sighting wasn't in here, and then potentially seeing the sighting in the future and thinking it's real. Back in 2006, Belgrade, Serbia. It happened at somewhere around midnight. There were 3 of us lying on kind of improvised deck chairs. We were on the flat rooftop of his home. We were just lying on our backs and talking, inadvertently looking at the sky. At some point, a black triangular shape started to appear to my left, over the neighboring house roof. I remember vividly how slow it was. It took a second or two until the entire craft was visible. It was approximately the size of an average house in length and 10 to 15 meters above our heads by my rough estimate. I had trouble estimating the actual height, but it took up a fairly large field of view. I did not say a word. I don't know why. I guess it was because I was so transfixed. I remember thinking I should be telling them, but I didn't. One of my friends then yelled, "Look at that! Look at that!" It was only then that I responded with, "Yes, I see it." My other friend was pretty confused, until he saw it as well. We all then jumped out of our seats, and by this point it was virtually above us. We stood and watched in absolute shock. It moved so slowly, no sound and no details on it. I remember trying my best to pick up any details on its surface, but nothing. Just a dark silhouette. Perhaps the only reason we saw it in the first place was because the night sky was dark blue and brighter than the object itself. Its surface was so dark, no reflection, no nothing, no lights on it, just a dark triangle. It went in a straight line, same slow speed, until we lost sight of it. I didn't notice any height in its shape once it started distancing itself. I don't know if it was completely flat, I'm just saying I couldn't notice it. Here's a 3D rendering I did recently. It is very close to how we saw it that night. The only difference is that the sky was darker. A triangular-shaped object flies silently over a location in Canada in the early evening. The flashing aviation lights indicate that the object is highly likely to be terrestrial in origin.
From here, it looks like a triangle.
It is a triangle with a red light in the middle.
Wow, that's a weird looking craft.
It is. The red light is right in the center of the triangle. Now this is where you need to zoom in.
There's something right beside us.
That is amazing. Now,
thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more like it, please consider supporting my work on Patreon. I share monthly exclusive content there, including extended versions of the videos from the main channel. Lately, I've been sharing detailed UFO encounters posted by real witnesses. They're a great listen, and quite a few of you seem to really like them. You'll also get access to a growing archive of classic UFO compilations, and plenty of other perks. Your support means a lot and helps keep this all going.
Bob, for the benefit of our viewers, someone out there that doesn't know who you are, tell us who you are. Give us your credentials and where you've worked.
Well, I'm a physicist and a scientist. I've worked at various government institutions, one of them being Los Alamos National Labs in Los Alamos, New Mexico. And also, I'm more prominently known for working at Area S4, which is about 15 miles south of Area 51 in the Nevada desert, which is a top secret government research facility.
Where did you go to school, Bob?
I went to school at MIT and Caltech, also a couple other junior colleges here and there in California.
And what was your field of study?
Field of study was physics and electronics technology.
And when you were working for these different installations before you went to S4, you didn't have any connection with flying saucers whatsoever, did you?
No, I didn't have any connection. And in fact, I didn't even believe in them. I thought it was just, you know, the rantings and ramblings of crazy people, more or less.
When was the first time that you actually began to believe or got interested in the subject enough to want to go someplace and maybe work with them?
Well, I was never interested in the subject at all, primarily because I didn't believe in it. It's when I was offered a job. Working on advanced propulsion systems is how it was advertised to me. And it was only later that I found out the job I was employed to do was to back engineer extraterrestrial craft, or an extraterrestrial craft. And it really happened backwards from the normal chain of events.
How did you come to get the job at the S4 area?
Well, that's a good question. And I really don't know if I can answer it. I don't know what motivated them. There are certainly more intelligent, more educated people around. There is a wide variety of high-profile scientists and physicists that they could have pulled out of the works anywhere. If anything, you know, your guess is as good as mine on that. I really don't know why I was chosen. I did have not really connections per se, but I did know a couple people that were also involved in the project. I really didn't know they were at the time, but you know, they could have put a name in, and you know, could have wound up that way.
You think that Dr. Teller might have had anything to do with it?
It's a substantial possibility. At one time, while I was working at Los Alamos, I went to see one of his lectures. I got there early, and he was outside, and coincidentally, at that particular time, I was on the front page of the newspaper he was reading, and he was reading about an article about a small Honda Civic that I had converted to run on jet power. And I introduced myself and explained what I was doing, and some years later, I had sent a resume to him and some other national labs when I decided to get back into the scientific field after I had moved to Las Vegas. And you know, it is substantially possible that he had a hand in doing it. He did refer me to someone at EG&G, which in turn did lead to the employment at S4.
When did you actually see the first vehicle or ship or craft that you knew for sure wasn't of this manufacturer on this planet?
Well, I did see it probably the second or third time I went out to the facility. And at that time, I wasn't convinced that's what the craft was. When I first saw it, I thought that this was a US-made, very advanced next-generation fighter, and in fact that this would explain all the UFO sightings. It was only later to find out that that wasn't the case when I started receiving some documentation on the craft and actually got to go in it and found out what the scope of the project was. But you know, I had seen it earlier on, but really didn't know what I was looking at.
And what was the scope of the project? What were you supposed to do to this craft?
Well, the scope of the group there, the people at S4, were to back engineer, essentially take apart and discover the manufacturing process and materials used to produce this craft, this flying saucer. More specifically, my group consisted of me and another person, his name was Barry, that we dealt with the power and propulsion system of the craft. And we were to back engineer that. We were to see if the power and propulsion system could be duplicated and if it could possibly be duplicated with earthly materials instead of any exotic foreign materials that we might have come across.
When you saw that craft and you realized it was an alien craft, did that upset you in any way, that knowing that here was a vehicle from another system sitting right here on the planet Earth, and of course always believing that there was no such thing, it was hallucinations and so forth. What was your feeling inside when you were confronted with the reality that all that you had believed before was gone now, and you had to take a whole new look at things?
Well, actually, that's a good question. A lot of people have said, boy, that must have been exciting, and that really wasn't the case. The feeling really came over me when I was permitted in the craft to see the placement of the subsystems that we were going to be working on. And it was not a feeling of excitement at all. It was a very ominous feeling, a feeling, like I've said before, that you shouldn't be there. It's very hard to relay, but it was a real overwhelming, odd feeling that I had. Without trying to use a pun, it was a very unearthly atmosphere, and as it should be, because none of the materials were familiar, none of the architecture of the device was familiar, and it was very odd.
Because obviously they were here and we weren't there, so you would, being a scientist, know the ramifications of such a situation. Which brings me to this question: how far in the future do you estimate that craft was to what we're doing at the present?
Well, I've heard other people estimate things like that, saying, well, it's 1,000 or 10,000 years in advance of our technology. I don't really find that to be the case. All I really find to be the case is probably a technology that's about 100 or 200 years in advance of us. And the only reason being is because they stumbled upon a device, a machine, that can actually make gravity, that can produce gravitational waves. This is something that our science and physics know. We know what gravity is, we know how it works, but we really just observe it. We don't understand it, and we certainly don't have a machine that can create a gravitational wave. And because they've developed this, they have a unique propulsion system, and it has a lot of offshoot possibilities and other uses. Also, the power source is fairly unique. We know of its existence. There is a total annihilation reaction we know of. The 3 atomic reactions we know of are fission, as you see in an atomic bomb, fusion, as you see in a hydrogen bomb, and we're currently trying to make a fusion reactor to provide power cleanly. And we also know there's a total annihilation reaction, which is a extremely, virtually 100% efficient reaction that we're really haven't even begun to do any research with. But here are these systems in place operating, and it really didn't look that far in advance of what we were.
Well, one interesting thing, that reactor that powered this vehicle was very small in relationship to the power it produced, was it not?
Oh, it was tremendously tiny. You're looking at something that puts out more power than an average nuclear power plant, and if anyone lives near one of those, you know how big those things are. And we're looking at something, scarcely bigger than a basketball that's doing this.
Incredible. Do you think that these beings pose any threat to the human race?
I don't think so, and again, that's speculation. I really wouldn't know anything about that, but if the intent was to do harm, from all indications, it seems like, the Earth has been visited for thousands of years, and if there was any intent to do harm, it would have already been done. If anything, now this is just my personal speculation, I think we're more of a Disneyland, an interesting thing to observe, but I don't believe there's any real direct interaction. There may be, but I don't see any evidence of it.
Why doesn't the government just come clean on all of this? Because there's so much speculation on it. There's so much disinformation out there. Why don't they just come forward and say, this is what's going on. They don't pose any threat, and it's just something you're just going to have to live up to, people.
Well, it's difficult to do that. First of all, if they were going to come completely clean, they're going to have to admit that as far back as 50 years ago, they knew this was going on. And in the meantime, they've been spreading disinformation and lies about events that, that have occurred. So they're not going to go and say, we've been lying to you for 50 years. So to start with, there's a problem there. Even if they started today and said, well, we found out a couple things, and here's what we found out. Because these systems are advanced and they pose a real unique function, they present a substantial weapon potential. And because of that, all the information is certainly not going to be released. However, I've always wondered why at least the existence of the craft, at least a statement to the effect of, we have found some material, we have some information, a lot of it pertains to national security. However, we can verify the existence of life elsewhere other than Earth and technology that we have, and perhaps release a little bit of information here, but they're not even doing that. And on that note, there might be several reasons that we haven't thought of. Who knows what beliefs that it might interfere with? It's a scary thought. We've pretty much put ourselves in the center of the entire universe, that we're the most superior race, and it might upset people to find out that we're really not that significant.
Well, with that thought in mind, do you think perhaps maybe that the aliens themselves may be saying, look, it's better if you just kind of keep it quiet and let us just go on about observing your little Disneyland? And you think that might be part of it too?
It could certainly be part of it. It could be the architecture of the whole plan might have been laid down by them. Who knows what kind of communication, if any, that we've had. But, again, your guess is as good as mine on that.
How many different types of the craft did you see? Just one, or were there other styles?
Well, there was one craft that I worked on. That craft was a very sleek, thin-looking craft compared to the other ones that were there. There were nine craft. I nicknamed this one the sport model because it was a very sleek-looking 50s style flying saucer looking thing, and the name pretty much stuck and people were using that name. I really don't know much about the other crafts other than the fact that whether it was accidentally or just a coincidence that I happened to see them one time. All the hangar doors were open at one particular time when I was there, and normally they were closed, but for the most part the only information I have is on the craft that I particularly worked on.
So you don't have any idea whether the other craft came from different systems or they were all from the same system? You have no idea about that?
Well, I do know for a fact that the power and propulsion system in all the crafts were the same. Oh. So that either says, now you have to start speculating that, number one, they either all come from the same manufacturer, or number two, someone is subbing out parts. And your mind can run away on this somewhere, because you see obviously a vehicle like this is produced. Well, there must be a factory somewhere, and eventually your mind just runs off with you, and you have to draw a line somewhere.
Of course. It may be the day that we will buy the reactor and the system and the components from this big galactic company that has the exclusive on it. Who knows? Maybe there's some sort of a patent on this thing.
It's possible, but to me, it's so hard to believe, and I know that's strange coming from me, but I kind of draw a line between the actual alien existence and a social structure, and I think that's to keep my sanity, and I pretty much only deal with the stuff that I know for fact and had hands-on experience with, because your mind can really run away with you, and who knows what's going on. You'll find yourself standing outside staring at the sky wondering why no one's going to talk to you. And so to keep my sanity, I just deal with what I actually know to be fact, and try not to speculate too much.
Getting back to that, did you actually see the craft that you worked on fly or operate?
Yeah, I did. On one occasion close up, and on several occasions from about 10 miles away. On the one particular occasion, there was a test flight going on. They came and got me to witness a short duration flight, and I stood at the door of the hangar, and the craft lifted off the ground, which was an amazing sight in itself, something about 52 feet in diameter, virtually silently lift off the ground and just move around a bit and set back down. But that was the close range operation I got to saw.
Can humans duplicate that vehicle?
At the time I was there, that was not even in the realm of possibility.
How about, are they able to fly them?
Well,
Would they be able to fly them?
Well, there was a test pilot flying the craft, so apparently we had developed the expertise at least to lift the thing off the ground and move it around. As far as taking it any great distance or taking it out of the atmosphere, it's something I don't think would happen. This is, a prized possession, an operating extraterrestrial craft, and things change when you leave the atmosphere. Things like the fact there's no air outside, the fact that there's not exactly 100% chance you can bring it back now. So I don't think they're flying around to Jupiter and taking looks at planets. I think they're very careful with it. They're just testing it, and and will remain that way for an extremely long time.
It would seem like the government would really be just all the stops would be pulled out to try to duplicate this, because this seems to me like the ultimate vehicle to move around, especially in our own solar system.
Well, yeah, you hit on 2 points there. It is the ultimate vehicle to move around, and imagine being able to go anywhere instantaneously. Now, without any weapon potential at all, consider that being a weapon potential. We have trouble in the Middle East. You know how long it takes us to get aircraft carriers out there? Well, we'll be out there in a couple of weeks. I mean, it takes lots of planes refueling. If we could be out there in the snap of a finger and load something up like this with tanks and weapons, that's or behind enemy lines instead of advancing in front of them. I mean, this is a tremendous weapon. And it's because of that, I think, where we see a lot of the secrecy stemming from. So they're kind of torn between pulling out all the stops to move ahead on development and putting all the stops in to stop anyone from finding out what's going on. So they're really between a rock and a hard place.
That's exactly how fast is it?
Well, it can...
Don needs to ask exactly what was that? Then just exactly how fast is the craft?
Do you know how fast this craft might fly?
Well, it's because of the way that the craft operates. It's kind of the question really doesn't make sense, because it's a gravitational propelled device. And we know gravity bends time and bends space, distorts time and distorts space. When you move in a linear mode, you travel X distance in so much time, which is what determines your velocity. However, if you're distorting time and distorting the distance, the equation no longer makes sense. It's nonsense. So essentially, because of the gravitational propulsion of the device, you can move at tremendous distances almost instantaneously.
Did you ever figure out, or did they tell you where this craft came from what system or whereabouts?
Well, there was documentation that they had, but it was something that I couldn't verify. I knew what I was working on because I got to analyze it and develop theories about it. But as far as information from other people, I don't know if the information's correct, but I assume most of it was. If in fact it was, they claim that the craft came from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It's a star system called the NET, I believe, that's visible only in the southern hemisphere, so don't bother looking at it if you're in the United States. But it's about 32 light years away, which is a tremendous distance, considering that even if you were moving at the speed of light, it would take you 32 years to get there and 32 years to get back, which of course a speed we can't even attain now.
Of course, this craft obviously gets back and forth faster than that.
Well, it must, and because of the assumption of number one, it's small. Number two, there's no stores for anything such as food. It doesn't appear to be any waste area. It doesn't appear to hold any cargo. So wherever it came from there really fast. That's why another reason I called it the sport model. It has no luggage space.
Kind of like a dragster.
Exactly.
Trunk, it's got no bathroom.
Right.
No
It's got one specific function to get from one place to the other as fast as possible, and that's what this looked like it did.
Sounds good. When were you taking off this project, or did you just quit the project, or did the project get completed?
Now we're into a long story. I never specifically quit. A problem formed, and I don't know if you want to go into a long dissertation here, but it was. I really don't know how to explain it.
A problem formed. You took some people out to see the craft fly.
Well, I had taken some people out there, but that wasn't where the problem had stemmed from. The problem was before that. Because of all the time, I was keeping this quiet from my family and friends, everything. A lot of times I had to leave during the night. At the time, my wife obviously thought that I was running around with someone. Now, I had given permission during a lot of the security clearances to monitor my telephone, my mail, everything. I had given permission for that. And as months went by, my wife started having an affair. Now, they were monitoring this and knew about it, but I didn't. And because they saw potential for an emotional instability, they didn't want anyone. They wanted the situation to resolve itself. So they stopped me from coming out to work. Some time went by, and then I began to get a little concerned that now I have all this information. They don't want me coming out there anymore, and this is when I started to bring a couple friends out to show them what was going on in case something actually happened to me. And then we got caught going out there. So it was just a terrible scene of events that occurred when I actually go out that night.
70227.
Hello? I'm in the middle of an interview. Bye. Yeah. The craft is about 52 feet in diameter and about 16 feet high. Originally, some years ago when I came out, I had the dimensions wrong. I thought it was about 30 feet in diameter because I'm really not good at judging distances closely. However, I worked with some of the model people from the Tester Corporation, and they had some artists. And what they did is took dimensions of things that I knew that were close up, and they scaled them back and essentially reconstructed the entire craft that way, and the dimensions and everything matched. So I think the final ones came out to about 52.8 feet in diameter and 16 or 15.2 feet high, something along those lines.
Tell us a little bit about the craft itself inside, where you went inside the craft, what you saw, and how, just kind of the basic function.
Well, there's 3 levels to the craft. There's the central level that the hatch lets you into. This is where there are 3 seats, and the exact center of the craft, the reactor that powers it. Surrounding the reactor are 3 gravity amplifiers that provides the power and field that propel the craft. On the level underneath that are the actual waveguide antennas, horns, whatever you want to call them, that actually emit the gravity wave. They hang down in a triad at the bottom of the craft, and they are movable. The very top part of the craft, there are small black corridors with all here. Now, I don't know exactly what's on that level, but I firmly believe that that's the navigational system, and those porthole type devices are actually sensors that determine the craft's orientation in space. So they tell them whether it's from star fixes or landmarks or who knows what, or a system that we're not familiar with. But that's how the craft determines its orientation and position in space.
How about the construction? What was it like? Snap together, held together with Velcro? What
It was
together?
well, it was fascinating that there were no seams, no visible seams that I was able to see. There were no fastening devices, rivet screws. Everything had the appearance of being injection molded. All different systems that were connected to each other were completely smooth and connected, like you'd see in a giant, plastic injection molder. There was really nothing that was discernible as a fastening device or a seam to me anywhere.
Well, it sounds like some technology I'd love to see in Top Fuel. There would be some really fine things, dragsters we could build with some of that kind of stuff.
That's for sure.
Bob, judging from the size of the craft, the height of each level, the size of the seats, then what would be your guesstimate as to the size of the being?
Judging from the seat and judging from the height of the ceiling, the being's height probably couldn't have exceeded 4 feet. That's tops, because when you walk into the craft, you're hunched all the way over. In fact, you have to practically crawl in, but you're hunched all the way over until you come up to the center of the craft. So it's certainly nothing our size. More probably half our size. 3.5 feet would be more realistic.
And the seats are small.
Oh yeah.
Well, you've heard, here's another area that's always been strange. You've heard all about these abductions. Everybody's talking about they've been abducted. What is your opinion on the abduction stories?
Personally, I don't believe them, but and again, that's something strange coming from me, coming out with a flying saucer story. But I don't see enough evidence, and it's just a gut feeling. I could be completely wrong, but I just have a hard time with most of them. And if in fact, they did occur, there might be 1 or 2 that may have actually occurred, with reference to Betty and Barney Hill, who were a couple in the 60s who claimed the first abduction. there is some interesting, evidence there, but I don't know for sure. And my gut feeling is that I just don't buy it.
Okay. And as you said earlier, they may be just looking at us like we're some big Disney World or something interesting to observe. And you said how long do you think they've been watching it? Did I hear you say earlier you think over 1,000 years or more than that?
Oh, more than that. I mean, there's very interesting old paintings from the Renaissance period that have pictures of flying saucers drawn in the background in the sky. Obviously not a smudge, but obviously an elliptical shaped craft and, with a glow around it. I mean, some of these are fascinating. So whether or not that proves anything, I mean, there's certainly mention of them in some older texts too. So from the evidence that I've seen, it appears that they've been coming here for thousands of years.
You've never actually seen one of these beings?
No, I haven't.
Do you know have you ever heard of any underground facilities where they might have some of these beings?
Well, I've heard a lot of stories, and in fact, S4 is built into the mountain. The only thing, and the reason for that is to disguise it from satellite photographs. It doesn't go down unless there are parts of the facility that I wasn't permitted to go into, but I haven't seen any of these deep underground facilities where there's aliens working side by side with humans working on secret projects. I don't know if I believe those, and in fact, just because I have a negative opinion about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I just have a hard time believing that.
Have you heard of any of these ships being in any other country? Are we the only one? Is the United States the only one that has any of these craft?
Well, I've heard stories. I don't really keep abreast of all the UFO information, but the one that caught my attention was there were sightings in Sweden, I believe in the 70s and early 80s, of a farmer out there called Billy Meyer. And the reason that caught my attention is the craft looks exactly like the one that I was working on. And he has some fantastic photographs of it. Now, people claim that the photographs are phony and so on and so forth. However, they look fairly decent. And on top of that, it looks exactly like the craft that I worked on. So if it was a phony picture, the chances of him building a model that looked exactly like the actual craft are remote. So it is possible that craft was there, or we may have been testing it ourselves and taken it that far, though I doubt that, but that has caught my attention.
Has the government given you any problem about coming out and discussing this?
Initially, there was a big problem with that, and there were threats and so on and so forth, but over time, once it started airing on TV, in fact, for the first day, they broke into the news here in Las Vegas and aired it. It was pretty much a hands-off approach after that.
Well, obviously, this was all top secret information when you were working on this project, and then the news started to break the information to the general public. Did you have any problem with the government when this happened?
Well, initially, before it hit the news, there was a big problem. There were lots of threats and things of that sort. They even hassled a lot of my friends. I had a friend working at another facility on the test site, working with stealth fighters, and they pulled him out of work and interrogated him, and they pretty much covered all bases. But after it went on the news, broke into the news one night in Las Vegas, that it was a hands-off approach after that, because really doing anything would really verify what I said was true, and it's pretty much been that way ever since.
And have they done anything like insert disinformation in to discredit you in any way?
Oh,
so
boy.
people say, well, this is just Bob Lazar. He's the kook out there in Las Vegas.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the disinformation is so fantastic. It's absolutely entertaining to the point now. I mean, I've heard stories that I was a murderer, that I was selling women in South America. I mean, any bizarre story you can think of has been attributed to me. Anything to discredit what I've said. And some of them are tremendously funny, and some of them have some basis in fact, and they've just distorted it and changed it around, and it's really unbelievable. And for the most part, most of the stuff's on the internet because there's no ramifications of anybody ever saying on anything on the internet. I can, put up a web page that says Don Garlitz is a child molester, and you can't do a thing about it. So it's, it's open season.
Drag racing is real expensive, especially top fuel racing. It's up to $10,000 a run now, whether you do that or not.
No.
But what kind of budget do you think the military would have for a project like this?
Well, the budget would probably be phenomenal, and where the money comes from is another good question. It was probably originally funneled through some of the Star Wars budget, but it's labeled as a black project, which means it doesn't have any real accounting to it. It just absorbs money from other places, without any paper trail. But I imagine the budget is fairly substantial.
So where did they find the craft?
Do you know where this craft came from? Did they ever reveal to you where they found the craft?
No, I don't know if it was found, given, or dug up in a hole somewhere. The only information that I had was just the little blurb that they gave us that the craft had originated in the Zeta 2 Reticuli star system, and that's all I know.
But it wasn't damaged in a way, so it obviously wasn't crashed.
No, I don't believe that it crashed. It was in perfect operating condition.
Did the people who you work for feel like that we had the capabilities of catching up with this technology?
Oh, absolutely. And that was part of the intent, was to, move our technology up to the stage and duplicate it. And that's what the big push was not just to duplicate it, but to duplicate it with materials that we had and were familiar with. And, I only knew what happened up to 1989. It's coming up on 10 years now. Now, wherever the project is operating, we know it's not up near Area 51 anymore, but they may have already come pretty far.
We know they didn't stop on the work, don't we?
You got that right.
What about the Roswell incident? Are you familiar with that?
I've heard a lot about that, like everyone has. Watched some specials on television here and there. I don't have any inside information on it, but it certainly seems like something occurred there.
Well, over 300 people have come forward and claimed they saw the craft or saw the crash site or saw a being. So in our today's court of law, 3 people say they saw you kill somebody, you could go to the gas chamber.
Oh, right. I believe in court, it's an absolute win. I defy anyone to disprove it in court. But, we don't have that opportunity.
Bob, for the sake of our viewers out there that are technologically inclined, can you give us a kind of a brief overview of how that little small basketball reactor, how it could generate power and cause a gravitational field to form?
I'll give a brief overview of it. It can get fairly technical, but basically what it is a reactor and an accelerator. The base plate of the device is something similar to a cyclotron, where particles are sped up in a magnetic field and accelerated to a high speed. The fuel is an element that we don't have here on Earth, known as element 115. It's something we also can't synthesize in an accelerator. There are heavier elements that we do synthesize, like plutonium and things along those lines, and generally they have a half-life, which means they disintegrate very rapidly, and the higher you go up on the periodic chart, the faster these things disintegrate. However, we have always theorized that there's a little island somewhere around element 114, 115, that elements will become once again stable, like other elements are, like zinc and iron and things that we're more familiar with. Well, apparently this is the case. Whether this element occurs naturally somewhere else in the solar system, somewhere else in the galaxy, or it's synthesized is, again, speculation. However, this is the fuel that's used. When this is bombarded with an accelerated proton from, the pseudo-cyclotron on the bottom of the device, it transmutes itself. It produces element 116, which releases a form of radiation that we really haven't seen in antimatter radiation. And though antimatter sounds something like something out of Star Trek, it's something that we do produce in small quantities in accelerators. It's a particle with a charge and a spin that's opposite of normal matter. The reason antimatter is so interesting to us and has been so interesting in science fiction is that when antimatter reacts with matter, when antimatter contacts matter, it releases 100%. It's almost a total conversion of that matter to energy, with virtually nothing left. Now, in all other fusion-fission reactions, you typically see an efficiency of about anywhere from 0.8% to about 8%. And you know how much energy those reactions produce. This is a 100% efficient reaction. So what happens is this particle accelerator interacts with the element. It produces this antimatter radiation. It's really anti-hydrogen is what it's producing. And this is reacted with a gaseous matter target. When they react, they produce a small explosion, a tremendous amount of heat. And how that heat is converted into electricity is a thermionic generator, which is something along the lines of a thermocouple. It's something when it gets hot, as long as you put heat energy into it, it produces electrical energy out. However, the devices, we power spacecraft with them. We use, in fact, that probe that just went to Saturn, the Cassini probe, had 70 some odd pounds of plutonium in it, and it used a thermionic generator, but ours aren't quite that efficient. This is, again, virtually 100% efficient, that the reactor itself doesn't even get hot when it's operating. That's just how the reactor produces a large amount of electrical energy. It also produces, because of the element 115, which happens to have a unique property, that this gravitational field extends beyond the perimeter of the atom. And again, we can get into a lot of particle physics in that there are some forces that are mislabeled. But this field that the element produces is amplified, very similar to a microwave. In fact, microwaves are transmitted through waveguides, which are like pipes, and that's very similar to how this is amplified and also transmitted essentially through pipes, through waveguides throughout the craft, and focused, amplified, and used for propulsion.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it gets pretty hairy, but it is a fascinating technology.
This has got to be one of the biggest stories in the history of mankind. Why has the mainstream press stayed off of it completely? And you know how they love big stories.
Well, they do, but it's a dangerous story. It's like reporting on Bigfoot because there's not a lot of evidence. Once you leave a project like that, you don't leave with drawings and descriptions. For the most part, they virtually erase your background, and I know that sounds like Mission Impossible, but even the places that I worked, the places that I was educated, denied that I was ever there. I mean, it's a far-reaching thing, and without proof, nobody wants to look like they have egg on their face, so you don't get mainstream anything to cover this. Until there's more evidence, there's more proof, and even if you got 2 or 3 scientists to come forward, that's still not enough. People want hardcore facts. They want things they can photograph, things they can touch, and things they can verify. And because of the secrecy involved, even if that was about to happen, it would, it would be squashed by the government under the guise of national security. No, you can't air that special. No, you can't do this. So on and so forth. So I don't think it's going to come out until they decide that they want it out.
Can the American people handle the truth?
I think so. The American people can handle a lot. It may not be what they want to hear. It may interfere with a lot of their current beliefs, but we adjust to everything. We really do. I think they're really underrating us.
That probably goes for the rest of the world too, would you say?
Absolutely.
The room next door he has here, looks like a chemical laboratory or something.
Oh, yeah, that's a lab.
Okay, I want to ask about what's in the room next door.
You know, there have been millions of sightings. My wife and I have seen a couple of things ourselves that were absolutely unexplainable. What do you think with all that sightings? There's just so few actual photographs, and most of them are blurry. Has that got something to do perhaps with the way the craft operates? Or is it just the fact that when people see it, they don't see it that long, there wasn't camera equipment available? What's your opinion on that?
Well, there's 2 points you made. First of all is having any equipment available. Usually a sighting is exactly what you say, a sighting. It's an event that happens, it's over. How many photographs do you have of car accidents? How many photographs have you seen of car accidents? Other than at the drag strip, because we know something's going to happen. But just out on the road, you never have one.
No, that's true.
It's because the event happens and it's over. Now, the only reason you know about it or the news crew gets there because it stays there after it happened. But the actual accident, there are no photographs of because it's a fleeting event. And any fleeting event, that's something that you don't see. And a lot of people harp on that saying, well, there's no photographs of them flying. Well, it happened for 2 seconds. What do you want from us? Even if you got a camcorder in your hand, who says you're going to be, looking at the thing? On top of that, because these crafts operate using a gravitational engine, the gravity itself distorts light and space and time. And all that stuff sounds, again, like science fiction and something that's difficult to believe. But we know that gravity bends light, bends space, and bends time. And because of that factor, there are, for instance, on the craft that I worked under, I was told that from certain vantage points underneath the craft, you can't see the craft, you can only see the sky above it because the light is bent around the craft. So there certainly could be situations where you could see something and someone 20 or 30 feet away from you could be looking at a clear blue sky and not see it. It's just the way things happen.
Will broadcasting this interview get you or I in any trouble?
What was that? I missed it.
Will broadcasting this interview get you or I in any trouble?
I don't think so. It's been about, like I said, almost 10 years, and this has been on the news and gone over a bunch of times, and I think it's pretty much staying where it is. I don't see any problem.
So nobody's going to be calling up ESPN saying don't run that piece.
Well, if they do, it wouldn't really surprise me.
Bob, what's in the room next door here?
Oh, that's my lab in here. I do a lot of independent research or consultation, anything science related, physics related, along with computer modeling, anything along those lines.
You told me you were just you were designing or did the computer work on a rocket car that's going to go 900 miles an hour.
Well, I have a friend. His name is Waldo Stakes, and him and a rocket engineer, Ken Mason, built this car, and I believe this winter they're going to start running it. It's called Sonic Wind, and it's slated to go over 900 miles on ice. I believe the ice speed record's only in 200 some odd miles an hour. So I ran a couple of simulations on my computer and just to see how the thing would perform. But it should be very interesting to see that. It's a liquid oxygen and LOX alcohol powered rocket. In fact, the rocket's a booster off an Atlas rocket, those old rockets from the 50s. But it's quite a machine.
I'd like to get you to look at my Swamp Rat 32 and 4 and see how it looks aerodynamically here, because you've got a lot of experience in aerodynamics.
Yeah, to some extent.
See if I was on the right track and maybe give me some tips there.
Well, it couldn't hurt to run it through the computer.
I think we'll do that. Well, Bob, it's been great talking with you, and thanks a million. I know from myself and all of my fans, we really thank you for doing this interview. It's certainly been enlightening.
Well, it was my pleasure.
Well, on that, tell what you can do. Tell us a little bit about in the briefing room, because you had that on your tape. Tell us a little bit what happened when you went into this room. Tell us about the briefing room and some of the things that happened in there.
There wasn't a whole lot. It was a small room. It was. I was essentially left with a bunch of briefings, 120 some odd. I no longer can even remember how many. And basically, they just contained a small overview of each satellite project that was going on. So we all knew the existence of each other. We just didn't know specifically what they were doing. For instance, there was a group that was dealing with the metallurgy of the craft. There was a group dealing with, virtually every aspect of it. So again, it gave us just an overview of what was going on and the name of some of the projects, as I'm sure they had specific information dealing with their project and just had a small overview of what our group was working on. So that's basically all it was just reading through a lot of that, and along with some of the other information that was apparently collected from the craft or information that they had learned in the past.
What can you tell us about any bodies of alien beings?
Well, there apparently were some somewhere. There were some autopsy pictures of a being Now, I don't know if that had to do, if this was something that was just in the history of the project, or if it was something that was there, or if it was something that had to relate, to this craft. But of the 2 photographs that I saw, there were only 2 there. It was a small being just showing the chest, and the chest was cut in a T fashion with the skin pulled back, and it was the thing had just one central organ, as if that looked. Have you ever seen a liver in the supermarket? Just kind of a brown, almost liquid-looking thing, but it had just one central organ, and then the next photographs had the organ vivisectioned, and it had seemed like all the organs you normally had just grown together. There was a section of it that apparently pumped blood, another section of it that processed air, and it just seemed, to be one single organ, as opposed to little separate units here and there. But it was, and again, there was no information with it. We were just given the information knowing of the existence, just in case any information might help us in determining what our particular project did. For instance, we were working in the power and propulsion system. There was no reason for us to have a tour of the inside of the craft. However, maybe the placement of the reactor was important to its operation, so we did have to see where it was. We did have to see, some satellite things around what was going on.
Yeah. Tonight, you've heard the testimony about a secret government program to retrieve and reverse engineer UFOs.
Has the government conducted secret UAP crash retrieval programs, yes or no?
Yes. News Nation was the first to bring you this story.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
And now, for the first time anywhere, a military veteran comes forward to say he was part of that program, with video to prove it.
My work has included the recovery of downed UAP of non-human origin.
Revealing how he retrieved alien craft.
What did you see?
I saw an egg.
How it changed his life forever.
What we call a psionic component to the research and development of the UAP program.
And how he plans to do it again for the world to see.
The skies are not classified. Your conscience can't be redacted.
His account, corroborated by his colleagues, and his injuries sustained during these operations, confirmed by a Stanford professor.
My personal experience is that there's something here.
Will the truth set him free, or will it get him killed?
People have been murdered.
That seems to be the case.
News Nation presents Hunting UFOs, the Crash Retrieval Whistleblower. In October 2024, an unknown man stepped out of the shadows, arriving in our nation's capital to deliver an important message about what the public calls UFOs and the government calls unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs.
I'm here in D.C. this week to meet with members of Congress.
His name is Jacob Barber, and he says that for the past 30 years he's worked in both an official and unofficial capacity for the United States government and its partners in the intelligence community. What he knows and what he's here to tell Congress could change the world as we know it.
We're in this rare opportunity in human history where it's very clear that we know that there are things flying in the sky that are unexplained and ununderstood. And that's another one of the things that I'm uniquely providing information on.
So what makes this guy special? Well, to date, everyone who's come forward has either described their own UAP encounter, like this famed 2015 incident recorded by F-16 aviators on the USS Roosevelt.
I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me.
Others have alleged that there's a secret government UAP program that's been going on for decades. People like David Grush and Lou Elizondo. They say they've been told about it. They believe it exists, but they weren't a part of it themselves.
We've been recovering spacecraft. Alien spacecraft.
The United States has been involved in the recovery of objects, vehicles of unknown origin that are neither from our country or any other foreign country that we're aware of.
But Mr. Barber is different. He says that for years he was part of that covert program, working with alien spacecraft.
These days we call them NHI, non-human intelligence. And this guy is prepared to testify that he was involved directly, firsthand, in the retrieval of these craft. How long have you known this secret about unidentified anomalous phenomena being of non-human origin?
For more than 10 years.
Of course, we checked Barber's records, and we've confirmed that he was an airman in the US Air Force, working as an aerospace mechanic in the late 90s. But as these documents show, he was also recruited into Air Force Special Operations, known as Combat Control. He says he ended up working in a non-official capacity for the Department of Defense and the intelligence community.
What were you?
What was I? Ross, I was a highly talented airplane mechanic who got to deploy on a number of presidential support missions.
But Jake was no ordinary mechanic. Being recruited into the Air Force's elite combat control unit meant he had a resume that reads like something out of an action thriller. Helicopter expert marksman and the recipient of a NATO top-secret security clearance, a legacy of his service in Bosnia, where he won an award for an act of heroism. In addition to reviewing his official documentation, NewsNation spoke with 3 former Special Operations soldiers who corroborate Barber's credentials and claims.
I know in Special Operations, you're often in some tough situations. You have to rely on each other. Is Jake Barber a person who you would trust?
Oh yes, he's a person I would and have trusted with my life.
Do you think Jake Barber is a patriot?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's a thing I know a lot of special operators talk about, that there are certain types of men who you would want watching your back in a tight spot. Is he one of those guys?
Absolutely. Trustworthiness is one of the top things that we're looking for.
And one of his most fervent supporters is Colonel John Blitch, a Renaissance warrior who holds a doctorate in psychology, was a Delta Force sniper, and is one of the few men to hold Doomsday in his hands, commanding a nuclear weapons battalion.
So you believe Jake Barber is telling the truth?
Absolutely.
There has been a cover lasting 80 years.
Absolutely.
We've recovered craft.
Absolutely.
So let's roll back. You say you were an enlisted man, and then you ended up working for the intelligence community as a contractor. Tell me that story. How did that happen?
Everything changed for me right around 9/11. And I left the Air Force and was sent out to California at that time to begin establishing my cover basis as an independent contractor, so that I could serve what was coming down the line next for me. And that is the path which led to the UAP subject.
Barber says he was contracted as a helicopter pilot and was part of a team assigned to retrieve crashed aircraft at an undisclosed testing facility in the desert. And we're not only talking about conventional airplanes or drones.
A lot of the work we did was on what I call the range, where the U.S. government and its private partners used to test all kinds of things, weapon systems, and resilience to weapon systems of certain craft. And so you see a lot of exciting things.
So you start seeing at the range,
yes,
interesting objects.
Well, yeah, it's always interesting out there. Things come in and out of sight. Things disappear for a moment and reappear. Things seem to move very quickly. Things change color, they change shape. We did recover things that were exotic in nature in the sky, and we know they were classified craft. And we recovered them and took them back to where they go. The majority of what we see and do is explainable and is ordinary and is known by many people and is not classified. But there is a certain percentage which is extremely sensitive, and that extremely sensitive bit does include what we know is our own man-made advanced technology.
So you know what Lou Elizondo has described as the 5 observables. So you were seeing objects that complied with those weird observables.
Yes. So one of those that would raise your eyebrow is more of the transmedium characteristics, because things would come from the ground, like from the earth, from a ridge, from a mountain, or could pass through.
So they'd come out of a ridge?
Out of a ridge.
Aircraft that can disappear, change colour, change shape? How might the US military have developed or acquired such technology? Jake says he saw for himself close up.
In the rare occasion, or let's say the hypothetical occasion, something of a non-human origin or source were to interface with the ground, you would deploy that same team. And that is the segue in how we got involved with this particular subject.
Next, Jake Barber's first encounter with non-human intelligence.
How close did you get?
I got within 150 feet of this object.
And later, NewsNation has acquired video evidence of Jake's claims. It has to be seen to be believed.
We are not alone.
We are not alone.
There's no doubt Jake Barber is an accomplished helicopter pilot. This is the kind of work Barber says he did after he left the Air Force as a private contractor, working for the defence industry and the US government at a secret location he calls the Range. That's where Barber and his team were asked to retrieve downed craft, the likes of which he says were not just advanced tech the public has never seen. They were built by non-human intelligence.
So tell me about the moment when you realised that you were involved in a retrieval of non-human technology, alien tech.
So it became very clear the first time our communication process and procedure was modified. And then just visually looking at the object on the ground, you could tell that it was extraordinary and anomalous. It was not human.
How close did you get?
Well, I was a helicopter pilot, and I operate with 150 foot to 200 foot long line. So I got within 150 feet of this object.
What did you see?
I saw an egg, a white egg.
Was there any visible propulsion system on it?
No, not what we would know. There's no engine, there was no thermal signature. I was operating at night when I finally came in to pick it up, so I'm working under night vision goggles at the time. And it was quite clear. I flipped them up, flipped them down, and looked at it a couple of different ways.
How large was the object?
I would say approximately 20 feet, plus or minus a little bit, about the size of a large SUV.
Did it have any seams?
No.
And it was pure white?
It was like pearly white, like a metallic pearly white, the best I could assess.
How did you know that that egg-shaped object was non-human in origin?
Well, visually, after seeing all kinds of things in my past, it was clearly something that was ridiculously looking. It's inconsistent with anything I'd ever seen before. I can also tell you that the reaction by my team, we all knew we were dealing with something extraordinary.
And at no stage were you ever subsequently told that the craft was of non-human origin?
I will tell you that during this process over the last couple of years, it's been confirmed to me by ranking members of the UAP task force that what we were working with that night was in fact an HI, and it was not a unique experience.
What do you think that object was?
I don't know. Again, I'm security and transportation. I moved it, loaded it on a truck, and it went to...
Where would it go? Where would it be taken?
It would be taken to a secure facility, but again, my role stops once I deliver it.
Yes, it sounds like the stuff of madness, tall tales, delusions. And anyway, where was the proof for any of this? NewsNation has independently obtained previously unseen video obtained from a secret UAP craft retrieval program. This extraordinary footage clearly shows an egg-shaped object dangling in a sling below the belly of a helicopter. Let's slow this down to take a closer look. That's an egg-shaped UAP suspended from a 150-foot long line. We're told the craft is about 20 feet long. The egg suspended in a cradle. And look how careful the pilot is as they bring their precious cargo into land. Let's freeze frame here to look at one of the clearest images of a UAP ever taken. This is no blurry light in a distant sky. The source of the footage putting themselves at incredible risk to record this UAP retrieval. Look at how perfectly smooth the craft is. No markings at all, and no visible means of propulsion or way to see inside. Watch how it rolls, almost graceful as it hits the ground, despite being wrapped in the ropes and canvas from the cradle as it's dropped for pickup. The UAP's final destination still unknown.
So there was another object. There's two objects that I'm here to talk about. One was the egg, the other is what we called an 8-gon. The 8-gon was essentially a flying disc with what looked like 8 delineated sections when looking down. And I can tell you what it looked like from looking down because that's primarily how I saw it, because I'm a helicopter pilot. We did recoveries with the 8 GONs. There was more than one that made its way to the ground on this particular operation.
Simply seeing a non-human craft up close would be an intense experience in itself. But Barber says as he prepared to transport that so-called 8GON from the pickup site to the drop site, something even more intense happened to him that would change his life forever.
This is one of the most profound experiences I've ever had in my life I'm about to share with you, so bear with me. So as I get closer to this pick site, I start feeling odd. I start feeling extremely emotional. And the closer I get, the more the emotion starts to overwhelm me. I feel this intense hybrid of sadness and happiness and beauty and song. And it was very disruptive to me because I had a very practical responsibility at the time to operate a helicopter in the mountains at night. And I began wondering what was wrong with me. It was late. I'm like, am I just stressed? Am I tired? I don't know. But as I came over this object for the pick, it was this overwhelming sense of emotion.
Is it your feeling? Are you suddenly having a mental breakdown on the job?
No, I felt like something connected with me. I felt like something had tuned in to me and my soul and was providing me some sense of guidance on what to do and how profound what I was doing was. And it was so overwhelming that I began to cry. And then I'm confused as to why I'm crying at the same time. And then do I abort the mission? So I just did my best to focus on my particular cues when doing this type of work, and I got the load hooked up and I began flying away. And once it was just me and that object in between the pick and the drop site, there's about 20 miles in between, I felt like something was inside of me. I felt like I was possessed by the most beautiful spirit I'd ever been possessed by. And
was it loving?
It was loving. But there was a sense of sadness at the same time. And
had you ever had an experience like this before?
No. No, it was a very feminine energy, I'll tell you that. It felt like the spirit of God, but not in any masculine sense. And it wasn't like a soul, it was like a frequency that I was connected with. And whatever that force was since that night, it has stayed with me. And as crazy as this sounds, it's what's guiding me now. And it's what's providing protection for me.
It's changed your life.
It's changed my life.
Wait a second. Humans bonding psychically and emotionally with non-human intelligence? Yes, Jake Barber says that's exactly what happened to him. And he's not the only one. And he says the government knows all about it.
There is a psychic component to the research and development of the UAP program.
Do psychics walk among us? Stay with us. Jake Barber says that when he retrieved a so-called 8GON-shaped UAP, he had an intense emotional reaction, which convinced him he'd connected telepathically with a non-human intelligence.
You're talking UFOs, flying saucers, and
That's probably one of the hardest conversations. That object, or whatever was controlling that object, was also connecting to me through my mind.
And so, how did the object come to land?
I think it was invited to land by the psionics team.
Jake says his mission that night came from no accidental crash. The UAP was summoned by a separate team, a special team with special abilities. They're called psionics.
What is a psionic?
A psionic person is someone with a predisposition for extratemporal, you could say, abilities and sensitivities.
Extratemporal abilities, also known as psychic powers.
What did you discover the psionics were being used for in the program?
In the program, there was certainly a desire to explore the idea that perhaps UAP could be summoned, could be communicated with, could be controlled, and could be persuaded to land, all by deploying people with psionic abilities.
And did you see that happen?
Yes, I did.
When a psionic operator engages with technology, how do they do it?
Using their mind, something like meditation.
There genuinely are people who can actually make a mental, spiritual connection to a technology.
Yes, 100%.
It all seems so far-fetched, psychically gifted humans linking with possibly alien ships, summoning them and even piloting them. But it isn't just Jake saying this. Don Paul, another decorated Special Forces operator and colleague of Jake's, says he's also seen what psionics can do.
I've had the pleasure of meeting multiple psionic assets. I've seen them function. I know that they're capable of doing what they're doing.
You can definitively say that you believe there is a capacity for the human mind to somehow psychically, telepathically connect.
Yes, and I don't know if it's a byproduct, if it's something that they were born with, but there is certain people who are quantifiably, verifiably capable of this.
It's an established fact that the Pentagon has had an interest in psychic abilities, what it calls remote viewing, for military purposes. The famed Project Stargate spent years studying the subject, and despite the CIA's official position that such studies yielded nothing, former Pentagon UAP investigator Lou Elizondo told me last year that psychic abilities are very real, perhaps not very rare. So this is an ontological shock for many people watching this, because we're all being told, firstly, there's no such thing as aliens sitting on this planet, and secondly, there's no such thing as telepathy or psychic abilities. It's rubbish.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think there is going to be an ontological shock. I think it's going to be an ontological relief, because I think everyone deep down knows that there's more to life than what we are being told and experiencing. Like, not only is it not shocking, but it should be welcome.
It all seems so innocent, so benign, even sacred. But hold on. Jake says that through his work, he and his team have suffered serious injuries.
After this particular mission, me and everyone on my team got extremely sick.
How sick?
Like physically ill in the hospital.
And one of the world's leading medical experts agrees.
My personal experience, both with people and the things that I've seen, is that there's something here.
Are UAPs bad for your health? Coming up next.
What do you think the NHI want?
The NHI, I feel the NHI are guiding us.
Jake Barber describes his encounters with UAP as transcendent, quasi-religious moments.
And from what you're saying, that's a beautiful experience.
Yeah, it was the most beautiful experience I've had in my life.
But he also says these encounters could come with a staggering cost. UAPs may have changed his life for the better. They may also have shortened it.
So what happened to you?
We're not quite sure. We were transporting a large sealed container.
Jake says nobody on his team was told what was in that container.
And we transported what we called mystery boxes all the time. I have no idea. It could have been empty. It probably wasn't empty, but we don't know what was inside the boxes.
And what were you told if somebody tried to seize that box? What were your orders?
We maintained the authority to use lethal force if anyone tried to seize those boxes.
So whatever that box was, it was extremely valuable
That's
to the
correct.
US government.
That's correct. And after this particular mission, me and everyone on my team got extremely sick, like physically ill in the hospital. Within weeks after this, I'd lost every hair on my body, and I also lost the skin on my arms.
So the skin's actually falling off your body?
Yeah, like not just falling off, like it was lopping off within a couple of days, like a severe sunburn. I ended up developing a severe heart murmur that I'd never had before.
Last year, I introduced Jake to Stanford immunology professor Gary Nolan. He's been studying anomalous injuries among US military personnel for years at the behest of the CIA. Nolan agreed to review decades of Jake's medical records.
The report reads like a bit of a horror show, to be quite honest. To me, what the first thing that came to mind was you were exposed to some kind of radiation. And especially, as I understand it, a number of his coworkers in the deployments that he was in had similar problems. So you're not dealing with a one-off who went home and somehow came in contact with something in the house, but you have 4 or 5 individuals all at once coming down with the same thing within a week or so after deployment. That's more than a coincidence.
My fear is that there's something permanently broken that might show up in the form of cancer or God knows what later in life, and we're going to be way behind in trying to figure out how to deal with it.
Assuming Jake and his team were exposed to radiation emanating from that box, could it have come from one of the many radioactive materials used regularly by the military? Certain munitions, components of nuclear vessels, or nuclear weapons themselves? Jake doesn't think so.
If the Air Force, let's say, knew that what we were working with that night had any type of radiological signature, there's a whole set of process that we're trained in on how to deal with that from a hazmat perspective and a containment perspective. And the fact that none of that was apparent that night tells me they didn't know what was in the box, and it got turned on or turned off, which leads me to believe, in hindsight all these years, that it may have been something of non-human origin.
Speculation? Absolutely. Wild speculation? Perhaps not, when you consider other documented cases of military personnel who claim they were similarly injured by UAP. Take the famous case of Airman John Burroughs. The Veterans Administration granted him full medical disability for injuries to his heart and eyes he claims he suffered during the famous 1980 UAP incident in Rendlesham Forest, England. But that only happened after Senator John McCain intervened to get his medical records declassified.
They were classified, they just weren't withheld, they were classified. Why would you feel that the issue was so important as to not allow for that person's medical records to be released? What are you hiding?
The issue came up in last year's congressional UAP hearings.
How can the government deny we have recovered craft if they're paying people because they've been injured by recovered craft?
Ma'am, that's a great question. That's why I think we're here again, because I've seen the documentation by the U.S. government for several of these individuals who have sustained injuries as a result of a UAP incident.
What did happen sounds either unethical or an administrative oversight that needs investigation by Congress, because we shouldn't be putting people like this under such circumstances.
The good news is that now, under Dr. Nolan's care, Jake is getting proper evaluation and treatment. The bad news is Jake believes there's another, more imminent threat to his health: his former employer.
People have been murdered.
That seems to be the case.
Stay with us. It wasn't just the United States government interested in using Jake's expertise working with UAPs and psionics. His skills were also needed by private companies involved in the top-secret program, and his assignments soon took a turn from recovering UAPs to something more sinister.
What happened?
Well, we were deployed on a particular task to recover what we call HVTs, or high-value targets. Those high-value targets were Panasonic Toughbooks. the sensitive material that is on these Panasonic Toughbooks has to do with sensor data.
Jake and his team suspect those Panasonic Toughbooks contained data from the top secret UAP retrieval operations, worth millions to the right buyer. Jake says the private company contracting him was determined to recover them.
We recovered our first two Toughbooks. They were in the high Sierras. We got back to our base location and then went through them and took photographs, discovered that the hard drives were missing.
Jake says his team arrived too late. The hard drives containing the data had already been taken, and it became clear to Jake that not all was what it seemed as his team set out to recover the missing data.
The next piece of intelligence that came through led us to a lake, a high-altitude lake, and we found the hard drives in a sealed steel container 25 feet underwater.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
someone's going through a lot of effort in order to hide these things.
Hidden, but by whom? What began as a straightforward recovery mission proved to be anything but simple, and Jake says things soon took a nefarious turn.
At any stage, did you find yourself under threat?
The very next time we went out, things got strange for me, and my spidey senses, my intuition was on high alert because our intel contact changed, the rhythm and style of our intel changed. As we got closer to the day in which we were going to deploy, intelligence kept changing. And so that raised my concern. We ended up going anyway, and when we got there, the HVTs were gone, and it was clear that shots had been fired.
Shots fired? Whatever was on the computers was a secret so important it was worth fighting for. The situation had changed, and soon Jake says he realized his team was caught in the middle, and their lives were on the line.
You're in significant danger.
Yeah, and I was concerned that we were being set up, we were being prepared for the one thing that we've always offered employers, and that is plausible deniability. And that we were perhaps going to be the hidden hand that gets severed.
Don Paul, a Special Forces veteran, was working on Jake's team at the time.
Were you involved in any of the retrieval attempts? Yes. Was there a concern that you were being set up, potentially?
Yes. Setup is a mild term. The fact that people have lost their lives involved in this type of activity, and the lengths to which people have gone to suppress politically uncomfortable truths is such that there is risk involved.
Do you think that, without naming them, the private aerospace company that retained you decided to kill you?
Somebody masquerading as a representative of that company surely may have had that intention.
Jake was convinced his former employer, or someone posing as them, was determined to kill him. But who exactly was calling the shots? Jake was determined to find out.
Who were you working for?
It was obvious to us at least who the employer was, but they were now in question, in my mind, as being part of the problem.
Jake was on the hunt, using his skills and vast network of contacts to determine just who was behind this shadow war fought over these missing hard drives. And he says the trail led him right to the top. This past spring, Jake and his team were in Washington, D.C., conducting surveillance and eventually confronting one of their prime suspects.
So I reached out to the director of security for the particular organization and set up a meeting with them, because there was only two truths in my mind. Either they were complicit or they were compromised.
What was his reaction? Was he nervous?
Oh, he was nervous.
And so he told you to forget it?
He said, you know, it's in our best interest to move on. If he had any knowledge at all, it was clear he's trying to distance himself from it.
Jake was no closer to finding out who exactly wanted him dead. But he knew that he was no longer doing the mission he signed up for when he first enlisted, protecting Americans. To make it stop, he would need more than his hand-picked team. He would need Congress, he would need funding, he would need to go public. And he would need us at News Nation to reveal our own startling UAP footage. That's next. Jake Barber says it's now time for the public to know. That's why he's doing this interview, but he's doing much more than talking.
And what you're trying to do now is replicate in the private sphere what's being suppressed in the public sphere.
Yeah, you know, we're not looking back. We're looking forward. I am absolutely confident that we are capable of generating high quality sensor data and photography and film evidence that everyone is wanting.
So who exactly is we?
Our organization is called Skywatcher. We have been recruiting guys from the beginning of the program and women and are forming a new team in coordination with government agencies. And we also have the funding through venture capital.
Can you name those agencies?
Not at this time, but I hope to very soon.
Jake's Skywatcher team has already deployed on behalf of the US government to investigate last year's drone sightings on the East Coast. But before that, they were on the hunt for something even more elusive. In August of 2024, Jake and the Skywatcher team conducted their own operation with a psionic asset to see if they could summon a UAP themselves.
Look, there's two. Look at this, look at this, look right here. Look at this one going down and this one going up.
This footage from another Skywatcher operation showing the team's protocols. The team hoped to quietly gather evidence for Skywatcher, but instead found themselves in danger once more. Jake says a UAP dogfight erupted in the sky above them. He believes the craft summoned by the team was warring with a rogue UAP piloted by an unknown entity attempting to intercept Skywatcher's operation.
Tell me what happened. So we set out to do this operation. Right away, when psionic asset went into meditation, he is reported that he is engaged and in fact piloting a craft and is bringing it in.
So he's actually telepathically controlling alien technology.
Yes. Yes. Crazy as that sounds, that's exactly what we set out to do, what he reported we would do. And then things got a little weird. Right about I'd say 4 or 5 minutes into the operation, something was going on, something's wrong, get me out of here. And right about that time, our Overwatch Greg looked up to the sky and saw a disc, a classic lenticular shaped disc.
That was Fred Baker, Special Operations veteran, now part of the Skywatcher team.
So he was flying the egg.
And then when we had to pull him out of this, that's when the egg dropped.
Wow, so at the very moment that he's essentially detaching his mind from the object, you see it fall.
Correct.
Professor Gary Nolan was there that night too.
What I did see was an individual who, in the midst of attempting to call such an object, it was clear that he was in distress at the moment of the supposed interaction. And at that moment, something is seen. When we reviewed what it was that the person on the roof had seen, both by drawing and by videography, something showed up.
Did we see the egg?
Yeah. So here's frame one. It passed across our entire 60-90 angle of view in 0.84 seconds on our sensor. It comes into frame here.
So that one there does look like just an upright oval egg.
Oval egg.
And is that similar to what you've seen in the program?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. This is
exactly the same thing.
Aside from releasing data and footage like this to the public, we're told this video was among those sent to the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, the Pentagon organisation responsible for monitoring UAPs. The egg resembles the UAP encountered by US Navy fighters off the east coast of the US in 2015, suggesting a connection between these anomalous objects. But until now, it's never been shown to the public, making Jake's mission even more critical. The Skywatcher team feels it has to push the federal government to act. Witnesses at the congressional UAP hearings have been saying the same thing.
The Pentagon, the intelligence community is treating us like children. It's time for us to know the truth about this. I think that we can handle it.
Jake Barber has been to Capitol Hill too. NewsNation has confirmed that this fall he met with staffers for Florida Senator Marco Rubio, now President-elect Trump's pick for Secretary of State.
I feel I was able to fill in gaps that have been there for a long time that no other whistleblower has been able to do.
A lot of people aren't going to believe this. What do you say to those people?
I'm not here to make anyone believe anything. It's exhausting. I'll paraphrase the book of Matthew. You will know us by our fruits. Stay tuned in and watch what our new project is about to do, and prepare to be dazzled.